Hi friends. Hi everybody, how are you guys? Let me get my pens. Hi friends, I am so excited to be on. We are trying a new playlist today. Oh, look at that, I should really clean my glasses. Hi friends, how are you? How's it going? Say hi to me. How's it been? Which pen are we using today? That's the question. Hi, Genevieve. To sign up to get a reading tonight, head over to the top of my TikTok page, go to the very top and click on that bio. And there's going to be a dancing widget that you see, and that's what you want to click on to sign up for a reading tonight. I'm so excited. Hi, Mary. I know. I'm like, am I really coming on live today? Guys, we are 7, 8, 9, 10. We're like 2 days away from the Pisces new moon, full moon. And I have a mutable moon sign, so I've been feeling it. I've been crying, and I have a whole message that I want to talk about the full moon in Pisces, because I feel like it's coming down really hard on the mutable signs, and then the fixed signs and also the cardinal signs are just going to be environmental, kind of watching the flood, and all us mutables are just going to be like, hello, drowning and all that stuff. So Mary, I'm so happy to see you be on. I'm so happy to be on. So kind of let's talk a little bit about the full moon in Pisces. By the way, you guys have full permission to ignore me if I get emotional or just start crying, because I cannot even hide it. I'm like a human. And I was listening to a podcast on my way home, like not even an hour ago. And I was like just bawling. I was like, you know what? I'm not even gonna question it. I'm not even gonna question it. So 2 things I want to say. I'm trying a new playlist. I'm testing a new playlist. So if you hear a little funky tune in the back, forgive me. We're trying to go with copyrighted music so I can upload these readings that I do on YouTube. And that way everybody has access to these lives. That's 1. 2 is I'm going to talk about the full moon. Okay. We're going to talk about the full moon and what it's all about. And 3, I am doing readings. So if you guys want to sign up to get a reading tonight, this is your chance. I never have a schedule for live. So if you catch me on today, it's a good time for you. Because then we can read your chart. A little FYI about reading charts. I don't do predictions. That's not the type of astrology that I do on live. So if you're thinking of asking for any kind of predictive question, please find someone else that's best for that. But I just want to really make that clear. This is not a space for predictions. Rachel, thank you so much for the follow. Oh, there's 2 Rachels back to back. You guys see that? How does that happen? What sign are you guys? Oh, Rachel's a Gemini. Okay, what's the other Rachel? Like, how do I get 2 Rachels following me back to back? Meow Squirrel, thank you so much for the follow. Hi, Queen. How are you? V Baby. Hi. Oh, Rachel's a Taurus. Super cool. Okay, first thing I want to know, how many people here have a mutable moon sign? Mutable moon sign is Pisces, Sagittarius, Gemini, Virgo. I love your energy and glasses. Thank you so much. I need to fix them. I need to fix these glasses. These are scratches. I'm just gonna ignore it. So Danielle has a Capricorn moon, okay, but she's Gemini and Virgo, very Mercury ruled. There's so many things we could talk about. This Mercury retrograde, like at this point, it's infinite. Ileana, I got you for a reading. So let me just start writing you guys down. Ileana, can you guys hear my music in the background? There's no words. It's very soft and approved. Hi, Wendy. Hi, the Aquarius Gabriel. Yes, it's nice. Okay, Dila has a Virgo moon, Pisces moon. Okay, good. I'm starting to see the mutable moons come in. And let's talk about it. Let's talk about this Pisces full moon. You know, Pisces is ruled, it's water, right? It's the last element, the last form of water in the zodiac sign. And so Pisces covers a very hard lesson that I think almost all of us have a hard time moving through as a human. I always talk about Pisces being the sign that our human brain, our human mind can't really compute because of the subjects that it carries. Pisces is where we learn lessons of pain, where we learn lessons of suffering. Everybody has Pisces in their chart. Everybody has a 12th house. In some shape or form, every human is going to come into lessons of pain, lessons of suffering. And that is essentially a benchmark, a checkpoint in peace, in all the nice stuff that we know, love. I like to say Pisces has a seat next to God. So when we go through such extremes, such polarities of, you know, being right next to God and then all of a sudden being victimized, it's a hard polarity to really stomach. So the job for all of us in this Pisces full moon is to move through the victimization that can come with it, because it's just too easy for the human to say, well, why is this happening to me? Why? You know, I don't deserve it. And I always say, for the most part, you really don't. You truly don't. None of us do. And let me just, so let me ask, I don't see any of my regulars here, but does anybody want to come on board as a moderator? Whoever wants to come on. And hi, Shanti. Right when I said that. Shanti, would you like to be a moderator for tonight? You guys hear my music? Hi, nurse. Oh, hi. How are you, Miss Naz? You changed your display picture? You know, having mods is about keeping the integrity of the community. That's what it is. You know, it's not even about not addressing what is being said, because everybody has their view and perspective. Nobody's wrong, but it's my job to hold up the integrity in this community, in this live that we're doing, right? And everybody does it. Everybody has a right to that as a creator. You get me? So Shantae, so you're basically able to filter comments and manage them. You guys hear my music in the background? Oh, you like it? Okay, cool. Yay. So let's go into the lesson of, I can do that. Yay, thank you so much. Let's go back into the lessons of Pisces. Which, by the way, Ileana, I have you on my list. So if you can say hi to me on the chat, let me know, so I can say hi to you. And Scarlett, are you Ileana? Hi. Okay. So I haven't gotten anybody else. So if anybody else wants to sign up, this is your time now to get on my list for a reading. Just check here. Hi, Jessica. I know I haven't been on. I feel like I abandoned you guys. And then I got a little bit shy too. Kind of like lost my mojo there for a second. And we're just back on it. And also, it's hard too because my baby's sleeping. So sometimes when she wakes up, my anxiety just goes haywire. Because I'm like, you caught me. I'm not supposed to be doing stuff. I cannot have my fun. Okay. So this is, again, I'm just going to go back into closing out what I wanted to say about Pisces full moon. Scarlett, I didn't see something for you, so please double check everything on your end and let me know. I just checked on my side and I don't have anything. So as of right now, I only have Ileana. My kids get mad if she sees I'm up instead of sleeping. I know, isn't that weird? She does too. I'm like, do you have to have every piece of me? Simply Candy, we're talking about astrology. We're also getting readings done. So if you would like one, that's available to you. It's available to everybody here on the chat. We're also going to talk about the Pisces full moon. And if anybody wants to know how it's going to affect you, you can also get a reading for that. So I was just talking about the idea, the purpose behind Pisces, and how all of us are being asked to really step into the things that we fear. But I want to really make this I want to share this perspective, right? Because Scorpio is also fear, but it's like really scary fear, right? Scorpio's like, what? How that demon get in here? Pisces fear is about being victimized, feeling vulnerable, right? Like I am basically swimming without a school. What's happening, right? It's more of a vulnerability of feeling access. People said there was an error when money left my bank. Yeah, so they'll probably drop that if it didn't come through, unfortunately. So this idea with the Pisces full moon, lost track. You guys gotta keep me on track sometimes. Is we are learning the areas of life that we tend to victimize ourselves, and this is very true for all the other signs too. It's very true for the mutables, the mutable moons. So what the mutable moon signs could be feeling, especially Gemini and Sagittarius, is being challenged. Your idea, your emotional stability, your emotional security is challenged by the fear of something. And I'm gonna say it, Pisces in the 12th house is also where you have hidden enemies. So a lot of us are going to be finding out of people who are not really in your corner and they were masking themselves in some way, especially with that Mercury going retrograde. You're going to see the face of deceit. And so taking off those rose-colored glasses is a process that not a lot of us are used to doing. But this is what this full moon is about, is seeing things for what they are, seeing people for what they are. And you're not going to hear that from them. They're going to try to confuse you even more. They're going to say, no, that wasn't my intention. So it will affect people with Pisces placements a lot. It will. Yeah. It will affect people with Pisces placements and mutable moon signs. The purpose of this full moon is for you to move through that fear, move through the victimization, find proven techniques and methods that help you cope through feelings of fear, because those are tools that you'll have forever. And so Pisces is water, okay? Do water exercises. I'm a huge advocate of floating, of taking deep baths to process emotions, process fear. Drink lots of water. Allow yourself to cry. I wonder if that's why I've been feeling off as a fellow Scorpio. And there's a lot of emotions. You want to consider where Pisces, what house it's ruling in your chart. And yeah, ultimately, there's going to be some form of surrender that would have to take place around this time. Kind of like I'm leaving it up to faith and trust and belief that this is going to be taken care of, which is again another even huger trust of faith for a human. So this is just some information to get us by the next couple of days, that emotions are going to be heightened, feelings are going to be heightened, and waters are going to be going crazy. So like, we're going to be hearing news about floods and stuff for sure. This full moon is going to be so close to Neptune. So there's some of that, you know. Hopefully when I come back on another time, we could talk about the Mercury retrograde and everything else that's happening in the sky. I feel like I have so much to update you guys on. So Ileana, thank you so much for being patient. I'm gonna start doing readings now. Yay, I got Scarlet, I got you. Yes, for Saturday. Yeah, yes, it's really close. At this point, I feel like I have so much to say about water and Pisces. Little ice machine. So far on the list, I have Ileana and then I have Scarlet. So anybody else who wants to sign up to get a reading tonight, you're more than welcome to head over to the top of my TikTok page, and you want to click on the link and click on the dancing widget. Now, the readings are for a question that you may have, or you could go general. So just please let me know what it is that you decide on the reading. So Ileana, can you say hi to me? Are you still here? Tarot card reading 1, 2, 3, 4. Thank you so much for the follow. Thank you so much for the follow. Pia Pia. Your guys' names are funny. Pia Pia. Hi, still here vibing. Thank you so much. I'm so excited to see your chart. I'm excited to read. I'm excited to read, you guys. I miss it. Pia Pia 4533. Yes. Oh, Pia Pia's the Sagittarius. Kendrick. Thank you so much for the follow. Okay. There's no way. Ileana was born 7 a.m. on the dot. There's no way. There is a way. You also have a sale on your page. So I did a super quick sale. I did an overnight sale. So that means that right before I went to bed, I put up a sale and I said, whoever gets it, gets it. And again, this was me in my Pisces moment, because I was probably just done crying and processing, and I was like, there's a wave of people that need extra help right now. There's a wave of people that need that support. So I'm gonna just make that available to them. Whoever sees it, sees it. So I had it up on my website, on my Instagram, the code, and I had it up on TikTok, on my TikTok stories. So when I woke up, there was a strong chunk of people. And I was so happy because that was the point of it. That was the point of doing that, was giving people a spot to talk to me on Zoom and have a one-on-one reading. So I took it down. After I woke up, I was like, this is a good chunk of people. It filled up the week. So if you saw it, you got it, the code is still available. You can still do that. If you manage to get that screenshot, or just manage to sneak one of those readings in. That's why it's like really fun if you follow me on my Instagram, because I'll do that on a whim. And that sale was 50% off. So that was nice to do. So let's see here. Of course I got it. You got it. Super cool. Did my YouTube playlist turn off? What happened? Okay, there it goes. We got music, lyrics. Okay, so Ileana, you didn't have a question here. Do you have a question for me? Please let me know if you have a question for your reading, or if you're wanting to kind of stay general. I want to see what's going on in love. Okay, so Ileana, let me know, are you in a relationship or single? Single but talking to someone. Oh, by the way, you guys know, if you guys know, you know, I write everything down. I write everything down. That's my Capricorn stellium. It just has to have things written. Okay, so I'm going to turn this around, and we're going to look at your chart. So you mentioned that you're single, but you're talking to someone, and I already see things in the chart for you to share. Okay, so I'm going to turn this around here. Gosh, it's been that long. I'm like, how do I flip this? Okay. So Ileana, I have you here as a Scorpio sun, Gemini moon, and Scorpio rising. Is that right? Yes. Okay, perfect. So a few things that I want to share. First of all, I kind of want to know the zodiac sign of the person that you're dating. Like, what's their sign? And I also want to know, if you can, when was the last time you were in a relationship? He's a Taurus. Perfect. I knew it. I was picking something up. Okay. When was your last relationship, Ileana? More than 2 years ago. Okay. So here's some of my findings. You do have the North Node, which is the North Star, which is a very fated, destined point in our chart, and also in the sky in real time. The North Node in Taurus is teaching us grounded stability, right? The blessings of working hard and what we can give to ourselves. Now it's in the 7th house, okay? So a part of how you establish stability in your life is having people in your corner that you trust And you probably don't circulate people too often, right? Like, you are very loyal and dedicated, is what you see in the chart. This is how you partner up with people. Now, what's really interesting is that you have Mars in the 5th house, which does touch on a more hands-on approach that you can have in dating. Mars kind of likes to take the lead in some way. And even though it's in Pisces, your Mars at the 29th degree, it's very intuitive, but it's emotionally loud, right? So it wants the emotions validated, and it will do what it needs to make sure that those emotions are validated. So the reason I'm bringing that up is because you want to put this Mars in some kind of shift and gear process. Like, this is when he can go. This is when he needs to take a step back. This is when he's on drive. This is when he's on park. Because that's something that you're learning to manage in this lifetime. So where is that going to come out? That's going to come out in dating, in your passions, in your creativity, in the ways that you share your heart. So when it comes to dating, it's really important for you to manage this Mars, manage the gears of this Mars to bring in balance. So ultimately, you're dating a Taurus, and it's going to really offset all this water that you have, the Scorpio sun and Scorpio rising. So it is complementary to your Scorpio, but it can also take it outside of its comfort zone because, again, Taurus and Scorpio are entirely opposite. So this person is teaching you values that are foreign or far away from you. Okay? You too, this is for in the long term. If you two continue talking to each other long term, both of you need to try to not turn each other into each other. Okay? So that's going to be the way that you're able to pull this off, is you are the fluid water. He is, or they are, the ground, the stability earth. Okay? It's in the moment. If and when this ever happens, that you tell him, you need to be more water. You need to be more me. And he says, well, you need to be more grounded. You need to do things more like me, that this will crash and burn. And this is true for all opposing signs. You cannot turn each other into each other. That's the quickest way to not work on yourself. And that's where these oppositional relationships crash. But for you to go the long haul, you want to honor his ability to be grounded and stay grounded and really beautify your water, because that's who you are. That's who you are. In this lifetime, you're moving from fixed water to mutable water. Your north node, your north star is in Pisces. So you get to be this feminine receiving energy. Taurus is also feminine too. And it shouldn't be a threat. You know, two healthy people, because I always say maturity really does supersede everything. Because you can have a person who looks amazing on the chart and they're not mature, and that will completely wipe out every possibility. So the people that you work with need to be mature. That's like a huge marker. He actually makes me step into my feminine energy. Yeah, I could totally see that. Absolutely. And so, to me, let me lower this here. We got a hip hop song on YouTube playlist. Just having fun. I want to, how would I word it? I want to honor the people that come into your life right now. Again, because you have that north node in the 7th house. You have that north node in the 7th house that is bringing people to you that you are meant to be connected with right now. So it's for this Taurus and anybody else new that comes into your life. You really want to observe them and see what they're sharing with you, what they're teaching you. Because you are meant to be working with people right now. You are meant to be co-creating with others and creating harmony and balance and bringing people onto your team. So this is a extremely high time for dating. And I rarely get to say that, you know, like people, that's what people want to hear all the time is, when am I going to meet someone? Is it a good time for me to date? And I have to say the bad news. I'm sorry, it's not. It's not. You're not in the season of dating, but you are, Ileana. Yes, I'm a Reiki practitioner and I'm co-creating now, having events. So it's beautiful. I just came from meeting other healers. I just came from, what's it called? Burke Williams. And apparently that's a spa center. Very, very nice and luxurious. Well, they have a Reiki practitioner there. And I was like, what the what? I'm like, you guys have a Reiki? And I'm like, send her here now. And I thought to myself, oh my gosh, I'm going to start telling my people that they're bringing in the energy into all these spas and modernized places. So that's something fun. If anybody is considered doing work like that, it's needed. Yes, it's needed. And I literally already booked a Reiki and reflexology. So anyway, this just to say that the field, Reiki, is only growing, spirituality is growing. And why is it growing? Because of the technology behind it. And for those who know. Just kidding. So Ileana, I hope that this was really insightful. I do have to move on to Scarlett. And like I always say, keep me updated on your dating ventures. Keep me updated on anything. You guys have my Instagram. So add me on Instagram and keep me updated there. For anybody else who wants to get a reading today, please head over to the top of my TikTok page. This is what it's going to look like when you click on that bio. You want to click on this dancing widget, and that's how you can get on my list. So right now, my list is just Scarlett. So whoever signs up will be next after Scarlett. Let's see. Let me catch up on the comments. Gracie, love how thorough you are in these. Wow. Thank you so much, Gracie. Yay. Thank you so much, Shantae. Okay, so I'm going to start pulling up Scarlett's chart. Scarlett, can you say hi to me in the chat? Let's change our song. What do we have here? Hi, Scarlett. Can you drop in your question for me? Your question. And when I pull up charts, I turn this around so you guys are going to see my face. You'll say hi to me while we pull up Scarlett's chart. Scarlett, make sure to say, let me know what your question is. Not bad music. Can't decide between general reading and love. Oh my gosh. Okay. Do you want me to kind of guide you? I'll see your chart and see what's there, because sometimes love is screaming. And I'll be honest, like, hey, we need to talk about this. We need to talk about this right now. So Scarlett, what you can do is confirm your big three for me. So confirm your sun, moon, rising. I'm gonna let you decide. I'm gonna let you decide. Scarlett, I'm gonna let you decide. What do you want? Scorpio, Cancer. I hope you were here for my whole seminar of water and the Pisces full moon. Scarlett, I'm gonna let you decide if you're gonna go with love or general. I'll just go general. Okay. I think that's the wisest choice. So you definitely picked what I wanted. So I'm gonna turn this around now, and we're gonna look at your chart. For anybody else who wants to sign up to get a reading, please head over to the top of my TikTok page, and you will be next because my list is closing in right here. So that's what the TikTok, that's what the link looks like. So you want to click on this dancing widget to reserve a spot for today. Okay, so here's your chart. Here's your beautiful chart. You have a nice healthy stellium in the 5th house. Stellium is when a group of planets clump together and they're basically working in harmony with each other in some kind of form or fashion. Jermaine, I got your Cash App. So you will be next after Scarlett. Yeah, so happy. Okay. So the stellium you have here, my music keeps turning off because I'm not on the page. Being so difficult. Okay. So the stellium here, Scarlett, it consists of your Mercury, Venus, Sun, Moon, and Pluto. Basically, a good chunk of your personal planets. What I want to emphasize, just as a fun FYI, is that you were born probably an hour, 30 minutes right before a full moon, a new moon in Cancer, which is huge. Because you're not even considered the dark moon. I would consider this in my books a full moon, a new moon baby. Sorry, I keep saying full moon because we're going into one. But you're basically, you are what I consider a new moon baby. So that's really big for you, Scarlett, because you will notice, I'm about to set you free, Scarlett. You work the best during new moons. You work the worst during full moons because it's not your natural energy. So if I were to be having a private reading with you, one of the things I would teach you is how to work with this so you can balance your life in accordance to the moon cycles and live a much more peaceful life. Because what you need to do is every new moon, get really clear about your goals for the month and spend the first 2 weeks doing everything that you need for those goals. Because when that full moon hits, you're down for the count, you know? I don't book a lot of readings on full moons because I'm a new moon baby too. And I get kind of crazy on the full moons, right? Like I'm processing emotions. I have a lot of stuff on my plate and stuff comes up. And you know what ends up happening? Like 50% of the time is booking emergency readings. And so that will help you, okay? It will help you to manage your monthly goals and create more structure around you. And so what I do want to talk about is kind of the year that you have had, Scarlett. It's been a year of having to refine yourself. And that could feel frustrating because the South Node has been in Scorpio and it's been going over your sun. And it went over your moon. And now it's about to go over your Pluto. No, it already went over your Pluto. So you've had like a good year since January where you've had to refine what you consider is your willpower and like how you show up in the world. Your entire wiring system. It's like you've had a very close, what would you say? Close critique behind you with that south node there. So what this can really look like is managing feelings of not knowing what's going to happen, because a Scorpio, especially a Scorpio stellium, is always looking for the outcome, right? They're so focused because they want to know how things end. But when that south node is over Scorpio and all your personal planets, you don't get to know how things are going to end. So it's a lot of trusting that you've been doing this whole year. And the good news is that's about to come to an end with the south node going into your fourth house. That's the good news. It's like this refining process that you've been in actually for longer than a whole year. It's gone far back with your Mercury. It's going to lessen up. Can you please not spam the comments? I'm so sorry. Unless you're getting a reading, I don't need your birth information. Scarlett, can you let me know if that resonates with you? Let me know where you are with it. Do you feel that? Do you feel that you've been kind of under the microscope, under the gamut of having to you can only express the higher side of Scorpio? Resonates. Good. I'm glad. Well, you could take a deep breath because that's done. We still have the south node that's going to be in Scorpio for another year. But that really direct pressure is about to relax a little bit. So what does this mean? Is that you can come back out and start expressing yourself. Really what this is maturity. You come out of it with having a stronger sense of integrity, is what I want to say. And as a Capricorn, with Saturn in Capricorn, that's important, is your integrity, your discipline, and dedication to yourself is huge. I'm going to kind of skim around to see if I see anything else that I want to add on to this. Well, I want to go into the next phase that you're going to experience after this south node goes into your fourth house. The south node being in the fifth house would have made dating a little bit hard. So we're going into dating. Now I can share with you more about dating because I really wanted you to grasp what I just said with this whole stellium and refinement process that's going on with your sense of self and your emotions. Okay. And how was this being taught to you? It was being taught to you probably through dating and through getting to know people. And it could have even been, my suspicion is, rushing through dating. So you know how you date and we get to know people and you're probably asking like, where do you see this? Like, do you see us like of being official? So kind of again running into that or rushing to that outcome, wanting the final answer and it not being available to you. So the good news is that dating is going to get funner again. Yes, I've rushed a lot. I can see that because you're kind of like behind people asking like, well, just tell me what we're doing. Like, are we cooking? Like, what are we doing together? Are we cooking? Are we going to make, cheesecake? Are we going to get Chipotle? Like, what are we doing? And that's kind of the Scorpio lens. And that's why it's so focused and it wants to get to the root of it. But when the south node is there again, that's kind of a shadow expression of it. And you're going, wait, you're trusting your journey. You're trusting the process that you're in and you're allowing the flow to happen. So here's another thing I'm going to say, Scarlett. You have the window opens again for you to date and have fun with it. I don't typically normally see you having an issue with dating. What I want you to consider and work on is this Saturn in the 7th house, North Node in the 7th house, is learning how to compromise and work with people. Because I think you're really good at connecting with people from the heart. You're really good at having fun. You're really good at giving people attention. But when it comes to the long-term stuff, when it comes to long-term relationships, I don't think that you go there. So hold on. I'm getting, just a moment. Mary, I got you. And Priscilla, I got you too. So Mary, you will be after Jermaine, Priscilla. So this is my order right now. Jermaine, Mary, and Priscilla. Scarlett, I kind of want what this energy is all about, because ultimately you are meant to come into a really nice long-term relationship, and I want you to experience that, and that's what you're growing into. So it's going to take a lot of work. So when you come out of the dating stage and you have to compromise with people, there is a stage, and I love you so much, but I'm going to say it because you need to know. There's a stage where you have to come outside of being the princess and being doted on and start approaching things, the relationship, like a queen. Okay? Like the grown woman that you are, and saying, okay, let's get serious. How can we work together? Okay? What are we going to do together? What's the plan? Right? You like bowling. I like, I don't know, shopping. So this is how we can work this out, right? Let's work together. Because the tendency of this chart is to not want to work with them and be like, well, this is what I've been doing. This is who I am. Appease that. Does that make sense? Does that resonate with you, Scarlett? That makes sense. Cool. So, get excited again. Get excited to go out and date. That's what's available to you. Now, after you've gone through this whole cleansing process, get excited about meeting people. Leah, thank you so much for sharing the live. Scarlett, like I tell everybody, please keep me updated on all of this, on yourself, on your journey. If you start dating someone, let me know. That's girl talk. Just kidding. That's always fun to talk about. What is their sign? What are we getting into? And let me know if you have any immediate questions about like what I just shared. Otherwise, I'm gonna move on to Jermaine, and after Jermaine I have Mary, and then I have Priscilla. I don't think I have a question. Okay, that's all good. Add me on Instagram. Everybody else is welcome to do that. Also, I have secret giveaways and sales on Instagram that I announce. So, something fun to look forward. Jermaine, thank you so much for dropping in your information. I'm going to start pulling up your chart now. And if you can please share with me your question. What is your question? What would you like to look into? And just a friendly reminder for people on the chat, I don't do predictions. This is not a place to come and ask predictive questions. It's just not something I do on live. Hi, Creative Contour. That's such a cool name. Okay. Can you look into dating or biz partnerships? Okay. Let's look into it. October 8th. Okay. I'm going to see what's kind of the strongest or most prevalent here. Okay. We need to talk about business partnerships. Jermaine, can you kind of share more about what you're referring to? Do you have your own business? Are you starting your own business? Are you thinking of bringing someone in? What does that look like for you? By the way, I love business questions. Not yet. Okay. Thinking of for next year. Okay, I have a lot of questions for you, Jermaine, when it comes to career, so I can just read this best. I need to confirm that you're a Libra sun, Capricorn moon, and Virgo rising. Is that right? Yes. Okay. Perfect. So where are you with career right now? Do you have a job? Are you starting a business you mentioned you're thinking of it for the next year. So how do you bring in a business partner? Can you kind of break down what it is that you want to do? I am a recruiter. Okay. So what is it that you want to do? Retreats for women. That's beautiful. Okay. Okay. So I have some information for you. By the way, I feel like you just went on a retreat. Do you just go on a retreat? Or you just come back from somewhere? Okay. Here's the thing. You have a Gemini midheaven. So this is having high interest. You have a lot of interest in the work in career and kind of what you want to do in your professional life. There's a lot of interest. There's a lot of different things that you like to get into and learn about. So one of the things that I would suggest is to really narrow down what these interests are and really stick to one that you feel is something that's going to keep your attention for a long time. That's really big in business, right? You have to remember your purpose and your reason, because business isn't easy. There's a lot of stuff to consider, and it's your purpose that keeps you going, and it's your belief in what you're doing that keeps you going. So if this is for you, retreats for women, that's very important, is who you're doing this for. Now, I really like that your North Node is in Libra, so it's pushing you and encouraging you to work and socialize with other people. All of that is working with you. You also have Mars that's in Gemini for the rest of this year, which is also really nice for you to plan this all out. So here's what I think. You want to start a business for the next year. I think it's possible for you. I think you need to spend the rest of this year planning what this looks like for you. Planning what step one is, what it is that you need to do, how you can lay out the foundation. Because I don't think the first step is getting a partner straight off the bat. Because you need to have some kind of foundation to talk to them and offer them about. So, do I see it possible? I do. I genuinely do see it possible. And I actually think it's a part of what you're supposed to be doing in this lifetime, is building something with people, working with people. Absolutely. Now, I want to talk to your Capricorn moon, okay? Felicia, I got you. You're going to be after Priscilla. Jermaine, I want to talk to your Capricorn moon. Because Capricorn moon knows all of this ins and out of this structure, okay? I'm going to tell you right now. One of the things that you want to work through while working with people is co-creating. because the moon is squaring your sun and it's squaring your north node. So that means that working with people could be a little bit of an uncomfortable process for you emotionally. And you will want to step in because you could do it faster and more accurately, but you need to trust people, okay? You need to find beauty in how this Samantha, I'm just thinking of a random name. You need to find beauty in how Samantha folds paper, because not everybody is going to fold paper the way you do. If you can move through that, if you can overcome that emotional uncomfortability, you will be very successful in working with people. And I think you know what I think you know what I'm talking about. And you just have to really consider that a part of you getting along with others is seeing the beauty in them. Because I could see this moon getting very frustrated, saying, I could do all this shit really fast. I could do it faster than you. You know? So, do you have any questions, Jermaine, about what I shared? I also wanted to kind of touch on something else that's not business at all. It's not business at all. I want to talk about Jupiter being over your south node. That's creating kind of uncomfortable days for you. It's creating uncomfortable days because Jupiter right now is magnifying a little bit of patterns of the past that you've had to move through. And this is super temporary. You need to know that it's super temporary. And you are not taking steps backwards. If you feel that there's a little bit of karmic situations bubbling up of disagreements with people, of old fights coming back in, or things of this nature, take the learning lesson in it. Angelica, I just got you. You're going to be next after Felicia. Take the learning lesson into it. When do you see it ending? Let me give you that date. Let me give you that date. Guys, we're pulling out the Ephemeris, my motherfucking favorite book in the whole world. I would sleep next to it if I could. Just kidding, I'm not crazy. Let's see when this is going to end. Let's look together. Let's see. Where's Jupiter? Jupiter's here. So, gosh, she was retrograde for a long time. Okay, I take that back. It's temporary. It's going to be for the rest of this year. Angelica, I got you. So Jermaine, this will feel much better for you in January of 2023. So please remember that you're learning how to work with people right now and moving through really patience is what you need right now, patience. So thank you so much, Jermaine. You're also super welcome to add me on Instagram. Keep me updated on all of this. Keep me updated on your business. I'm probably your number one cheerleader. We need a women's retreat. Do you know how many people I talk to that are looking for retreats for women? So we need you, okay? Mary, I'm coming to you next. And you paid through Cash App. So Mary, I'm going to ask if you can please drop your birth information and also your question. After Mary, I have Priscilla, Felicia, and Angelica. So if anybody else would like to get on my list for a reading, this is what you would do, is head over to the top of my TikTok page, click on the link there. You want to click on this dancing widget. This is what gives you access to book a reading. Eva, I just got you on Cash App. Thank you so much. I got you on my list. So I'm just waiting for Mary to come back in. Mary! Okay, cool. So I see your birth info. Eva, yay. Love. Okay, Mary. Can you share with me, Mary? Well, let me see. Let me pull up your birth chart. Okay. So, Mary, are you in a relationship right now? What does that look like for you? I'm just going to go over the list one more time. Mary, I'm doing Mary right now. So after Mary, I have Priscilla, Felicia, Angelica, and Eva, or Eva. I'm not sure if I said that right. (4:31 a.m.) So, Mary, when was your last relationship? Okay, so I have here March 14, 1962, 4:31 a.m. Roseville, New York. Perfect. So, Mary, I have you here as a Pisces sun, Cancer moon, and Aquarius rising. Either pronunciation is fine. Okay, awesome. So, business, looking at love. Hi, Aquarius sun. So, Mary, I'm going to ask you a few more questions before I really start reading the chart. You mentioned that you're looking into love. Your last relationship was 4 years ago, and this is when you left your husband. So my question to you is, what are you looking for right now in regards to love? Are you wanting to get into a relationship right now? You know, people say love, and I always ask, well, what do you mean about love? Yes, in a relation. Yes, a relationship. So you're hoping to get in a relationship. Okay. So you want to, let's go into the chart. Okay, Mary, let's go into the chart. You have the North Node in Leo. Your North Node is in Leo, and it's in the 7th house. Okay. Kayla, I just got you. You're going to be next after Ava. Your North Node, which is your destiny point, this is kind of, you know what I tell people of the North Node, to be honest, is it has to be a really good deal for you to leave the sky, to leave the starlight that you are up in the heavens, just completely soaring through the universe, to come into a human body. It's got to be a good deal for you. And you know what that deal was? It was your North Node. It was a big part of it. When you look at the North Node and you say, that's what the soul said. You know what? That looks like a deal. It's like a bargain. I'm coming in. Okay. And then life happens, free will happens, and all the other universal laws take place that we try to understand, and you drift away from it, and you go into that South Node of what you already know, what your soul has mastered. So if you were to minus this whole stellium here, just and look at this North Node, This is a really fun North Node, okay? You're talking about your job in this lifetime is to have fun, is to be creative, to show your colors, to be creative, and you get to do that with people. You get to be passionate and co-creative with people, okay? Now, what does that mean? For you to attain that, you have to really move through a lot of stuff here, which is your South Node in Aquarius, Saturn conjunct the South Node, Jupiter that's conjunct the South Node, Mercury that's also in Aquarius. So you have to move through this Aquarian energy, which in other words is moving through the black and white and gray tones that you're used to navigating in, okay? What this means is you're not really allowed in this lifetime to be a part of just the group and not let yourself be seen, okay? So you're really being asked to come outside of the group, come outside of the community, and stand up as yourself. So this, in other words, means you're here to color yourself. If you consider yourself right now here, this is like a coloring book. And I'm telling you, you got to pick up the crayons and start coloring yourself. So the reason I'm talking about all of this is because you have the moon and Saturn that are going over your South Node, which is uncomfortable. It's really, really asking you to break patterns of the past. Okay. Truthfully, to be honest, you do have access to a really nice, romantic, passionate, exciting relationship and romance. And it's really about allowing yourself to step into that and seeing yourself as a romantic person. I'm entirely not joking when I say one of the things that I suggest for you to do is take a class or just kind of get a little bit get informed of what it's like to actually flirt. Like, what does that look like? You know, how do I let someone know that I'm interested in them? Does this make sense to you, Mary? Does this resonate with you? Please let me know. Expressing the heart, expressing yourself is not as easy as we think it is. You'd be surprised. It does. I am not good at flirting. And that's kind of what one of the reasons why I mentioned that, because trust me, people need help with like truly all kinds of stuff. But one of the things that you want to take time to do is like, what does it mean to bat my eye to someone? What does it mean if I dress a little more fun and creative and explorative and show more colors? So this is like leaving your nude kind of wardrobe into a loud, fun, exuberant kind of wardrobe. And not just that, but it's doing your hair, coloring your hair, styling your hair is a big one. Do you let yourself do that? If you're still uncomfortable with it, that's something you need to walk into. You understand? So like part of your homework, genuinely, part of your homework is two things. One is to get comfortable with flirting. I already dressed slowly. Awesome. Good. Get comfortable with flirting and what that looks like. And the second thing is, you're probably not going to expect this either, but get comfortable with grounding yourself, okay? So when you look for a relationship, it should be, well, I don't want to say what it should be, but what I want to say is when you look for a relationship, you want it to be, I think that's my word for the day, co-creative, 50-50. What do you do? What can I do? Instead of looking for someone to ground you and looking for someone to establish you and root you, you have to do that for yourself. You can't approach a relationship and expect that person to ground you. I think you know what I'm talking about. But yeah, if you can start moving through step 1, like I mentioned, I think you'll be able to do good and start creating romantic connections and come into your dating style, dating style and dating type and your dating drinks and your nightclubs, like all that's the fun stuff that you get to do. And I feel like I think you have like another couple of weeks. I don't know, I kind of feel like you met someone a few weeks ago. Did you meet someone at all? I feel like you tried to date someone, but it was hard to stabilize. Like they were kind of all over the place. It's possible. It's possible. You still have another good month of dating. Hold on. I think I'm going to take that back. Hold on 1 second. Give me one moment. Not me saying to go date with Libra going retrograde. Okay, so I think a better dating period for you is around late October. Late October is when I'm seeing a better dating period for you. I did. So if you're talking to someone, because I feel like you are, to be honest, I feel like you perked up, like you met someone. Get to know them. This is my best advice right now. Just looking at your astrology, get to know them. And don't pressure it, because I feel that they'll have meeting plans with you and they don't fall through. And this is Uranus that's kind of causing a little bit of trouble, like he always does. But if you can talk to this person as a friend for the moment, talk to them and get to know them for at least another 2.5 weeks. You can turn this into a relationship. But consider if you even like them. Anyway, I do think that late October is going to be a better dating period for you. So just consider that as you end the year and start dating, and have your course on, what is that called? Your course on, I'm going to say something. Jennifer, I just got you. You're going to be next after Kayla. Okay, this is going to be my last thing that I suggest for you, Mary. There's this influencer, and I hardly ever do this. This influencer named Shalyn Lester. This woman loves to talk about sex and how to do all that and what's the best way and da-da-da. I need you to go find her, subscribe to her little text thing that she has, and be a part of that community that's all they talk about. That's all they do. And I think that that's what you genuinely need, to just kind of see what other people are doing. Like, how are these people getting along? Like, how do they know that they like each other? So write her name down, Shalyn Lester. She's a girl's girl. What's her name again? Shalyn Lester. This is for all the girls here. I mean, to be honest, I'm not really into dating too much. I'm not into dating because, it's all crapped up right now. But let me see if I can pull her up. Shalyn Lester. Okay, that's who you're looking for. I don't know where, but she has, go to her Instagram. She has this text service that she'll text you like how to do a bead job and all this stuff. And I'm like, people need this, but whatever. Anyway, I think this will be fun for you. to get into that mode. She also has like good gossip videos that I like to eat my lunch to, because she's entertaining. I hope that was insightful for you, Mary. Please keep in touch. Let me know how it goes. And everybody's welcome. Everybody's welcome to go add me on Instagram. More than welcome. And keep me updated there. So Priscilla, I'm going to go to you next. Priscilla. And then after Priscilla, I have Felicia, Angelica. I think I like Eva. Eva. I like Eva. Okay, so Felicia, Angelica, Eva, Kayla, and then Jennifer. Christy, thank you so much for following. Jasmine, thank you so much for sharing the live. Means the world. Means the world to me. Eva, she's like, whatever you want, girl. The Danielle, I do have room. I have more room for today. I'm so excited. So I'm excited because I'm rarely able to go on. Angelica. I'm doing Priscilla. Where's Priscilla? Oh, here you are. Okay. Priscilla, can you say hi to me on the chat? Oh, hi. I see your username. Thank you so much for putting that in. So you're looking into a general reading, which is totally fine. Let's look at what's happening with you. I'm going to turn this screen around. So you guys are going to see my face. I got a facial right before. That's why my face is super moisturized. And guess what? Let me not go into detail. But, yeah, that's why my face is super moisturized, because I just got a facial. So we're looking into Priscilla, general reading. I'm excited. What's going to come up? July. Glowing. I use comfrey. Comfrey is a plant. And I've been using comfrey ointment for years. Okay. That one surprised me. Okay. So we're going to turn her chart around. What I need from you, Priscilla, is to confirm your big three. You are showing up as a Leo sun, Virgo moon, and Aries rising. Is that right? You're so pretty. You remind me of my youngest daughter. Is she a Sagittarius? Leo, Virgo, Aries. Okay. So Leo, Virgo, Aries. I got it right. Okay, let's take a look. Give me a moment while I process what's happening in this beautiful chart. Michelle, thank you so much for following. I really appreciate it. Okay. What surprised you? I know. Okay, so what surprised me was the Mars that's just gyrating all up on your South Node. And I'm excited. See, here's the thing with Geminis. It's like everything is so fun, right? Like you guys understand the game of life, and even when like things get serious, it's still fun. So here Mars comes in and goes onto your South Node and starts kind of like ruffling feathers and stimulating things that you shouldn't be stimulating. And in any other sign gets to hear this message like, oh, hands off, or oh, but a Gemini, especially a Gemini South Node, is going to be like, what's this? Like someone delivered a present to you. Like, what? Like, this is feathered? And you just start exploring it. And does that make sense? I think you'll know what I mean when I say that. So then I went into feeling out how responsible this chart is, because there's always hope. And yes, definitely, there's always hope. And so that was my next thing, is to see how actualized the chart is, how self-actualized, because that's important. So let's see here. Oh my gosh. Okay, so yeah, we need to look at the Saturn return. Have you researched your Saturn return? I know it's kind of a common one, but we need to talk about it. You haven't gone through it yet. And if you haven't talked about it with someone yet, we need to talk about it. Have you talked to February next year? Okay. Do you want to talk about that? Are you comfortable with talking about it? Bring it. Okay, so everybody around you is trying to get an answer from you. Okay, so maturity is knowing when to stop laughing. Really, for everybody. The idea here is that it's not people asking you for an answer. It's not people asking you for direction. They are conduits of the universe. And truly, the message that they're wanting to bring out from you is find the direction. Find the direction within yourself, within your truth, and not ask anybody else. Okay? This chart has the tendency to root itself on what other people's opinions are, or no, I shouldn't say opinions. It has a tendency to root itself on the most popular opinion. Okay, and that worked in past lives. You could say that worked in the past, but that's not gonna fly here in this chart. Now here's the thing. Here's the one thing that I will say. The South Node holds a part of the ego. By the way, Daniela, I got you. Daniela. The South Node holds a part of the ego, which is why I always remind you guys that living life out of the South Node does not mean misery and like you're poor. Absolutely not. I've seen millionaires living out of the South Node. The idea is fulfillment. The idea is growth. The idea is learning, coming into a higher expression. That's the idea. So you can understand when I talk to people who are mature in age and have millions of dollars in their bank account, and they say, I didn't even want it. I'm not happy. And it goes back to that South Node crisis that we get into, that we have to come out of. So this is about growing, you growing as a person, you growing as an individual, and your cosmic duty to the whole universe and to humanity as a whole of what it is that you're doing. And what it is that you're doing is you're coming into your own truth. You're going into the occult world. Occult is just what's not shown. Okay? You're going into the murky waters of the mystery to define your sense of truth. Because what happens when you have your sense of truth is nobody can take that away from you. And it becomes a pillar in what you do, your belief systems. So your job is to build that up within yourself and stop asking other people what their truth is, what they would do, what their opinion is, how they would handle things, and come into what your foundations are. Okay, so that means doing the research, reading the books, learning about different philosophies, coming into the great minds of the world and what they've done. Brianna, I got you. You're going to be next after Daniela. Does that make sense? Priscilla, does that make sense to you? I feel like it's the other way around. People always come to me for solutions. I think that has to do a little bit with the Saturn in Aquarius, of having an objective mind and being able to logically process how to troubleshoot things, which I don't think is wrong or bad in any way. So I'm going to ask you a question, which is, how do you feel that South Node in Gemini shows up in your life? I'm not sure how to answer that at the moment. Okay, that's okay. I kind of just wanted to go into what you said a little bit, of feeling that it was reversed, which is fine. In regards to how you resonate with the energy, it could be coming up. I haven't read much into the South. Oh, okay. Now, and I also mentioned that because the South Node is conjunct Venus, which is the people in your life. So what I can say is to really hone into what is uniquely yours, what is uniquely your truth, and allowing yourself to explore direction, allowing yourself to explore focused what you're doing, and coming into a higher purpose, higher degree of what it is, fulfillment at the end of the day, fulfilling yourself. I want to look up what the Saturn return is going to look like as far as dates, if it's going to go retrograde or how that's working. February. So it's at the end of February. Now he's going to go retrograde. Okay, cool. So even though Saturn will go retrograde towards the end, but he's not going to come back into the 28th spot. So you're very lucky that you're one of those people who just get Saturn once. So that means you come into the Saturn return for a couple weeks and then it's done. There's people who have their Saturn return for an entire year because of it going retrograde and then direct motion. So I do think that at this time you're going to come out of some friendships that have not been aligning to you and where you're going. So to me, I'm kind of just intuitively picking up high school friendships, like the people you've known since your childhood. You're going to kind of move away from them a little bit more and move away from the scene too. So just an example of your friends go get boba. You're just going to kind of move away from that idea of spending an evening getting boba, you know? So yes, I have seen that pattern this past year. And you know what I think can be hard about that is like that your community is a huge deal. That's like your survival mechanism in this world. And it's like a huge part. It's your tribe. So please know that during this process of moving through tribes, there's going to be this period where you're in limbo and kind of like, where's my tribe? Like, where do I go? And know that you're coming into a new group of friends, a new sense of community that is around the corner and more aligned to who you are becoming and evolving into. Okay, so as you move through past relationships and friendships, allow yourself to know that there's new space, new friends coming in at some time. And that's just kind of like as a placeholder. So you don't go into the, I don't have a tribe, I don't have a community. Like what's going to happen with me? Like, where are my friends and all that stuff? Because I wouldn't want you to go into that space. Does that make sense? And again, one of the ways that you would find those new communities is to start exploring new belief systems and new ideas, new philosophies, like joining a book club. If you like, I don't know, if you like resin, join a Facebook group that really focuses on resin and does things of this nature, right? So going into the things that you're newly interested in. I definitely see that happening. I have outgrown many friendships, but I am okay with it. Good. And I think that that's temporary, right? Once this kind of moves away, you're going to end up with a new tribe that's going to be able to uplift you the way that you need. That's going to be able to support you the way that you need. Okay? That they're going to Simba you and carry you through the crowd. That's what friendships do, is they don't, back in the day, by the way, I'm coming to you next, Felicia. Back in the day, communities, when one person got sick, everybody got sick. And I don't mean like, I don't mean like in a pandemic kind of way. I mean that if one person in the tribe got sick, it was everybody's problem. It was the whole tribe's problem. And they would all step in and they would hold the space for that person to heal. Okay, everybody came in. Nowadays, what do? You're by yourself for weeks trying to get better. That was never the case. It's never been like that. Tribe stepped in. The tribe helped you. The tribe kept you alive and reminded you of what you're doing, of what you're doing together, of what your role was in the community. And they held that space for you. And that, I think, is missing right now in this time and age. But it takes a village. Absolutely. It takes a whole ass village for one person, right? Imagine a family. So you want to find that tribe. They are out there. They're little pockets. You need to find, you're coming into your pocket of that tribe that doesn't let you just go down. If Priscilla broke her ankle, there's a whole community carrying you. I like to go into my visuals. If this is Priscilla, my pen is Priscilla, this is the community. Oh, she broke her ankle. Like, you're never alone. Okay. Do you have any questions, Priscilla, about what I shared? And also keep me super updated. Keep me updated on all of this and more on my Instagram. You guys are all welcome to add me on my Instagram. We have fun giveaways and even discounts. Felicia, can you say hi to me? I'm coming to you next. I'm going to pull up your chart. So Felicia, I see that you wrote in for your question, business and relationships. So I can only do one question. Which one would you like to look into? Would you like to look into business or relationships? Not at the moment. Thank you for your time. I appreciate you. I appreciate you so much. Thank you. Thank you so much, Priscilla. By the way, I really like your display picture. like your picture. It really looks badass. Like, I look at it and I'm like, I want to be her friend. Okay, so let's do relationships, please. Okay. Are you in a relationship right now? So after Felicia, I'm going to do Angelica, Eva, Kayla, Jennifer, Daniela, and then Brianna. I'm going to turn this around. You guys are going to see my very moisturized face while I pull up her chart. Miss Kayonce, you can head over to the top of my TikTok page and you're gonna see a dancing widget. You want to click on that dancing widget. Just so you guys know, I have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. I have 7 people on the list, so I don't want anybody to feel like you're gonna wait too long. So just consider that. Sacramento. Love your brows. Thank you so much. So Felicia's single. My go-to question is when was your last relationship? It matters. So again, I'm going to go through that list one more time. I have Felicia that I'm doing now. Then I'm going to do Angelica, Eva, Kayla, Jennifer, Daniela, and Brianna. So I'm going to turn this back around. You guys are going to see my computer now. And ended 3 years ago. Okay. So for anybody who wants to get on the list to get a reading, head over to the top of my TikTok page. You want to click on this dancing widget, and that's how you're able to secure a spot for tonight. Okay, so we have you here. Just confirming, Felicia, you're a Taurus sun, Pisces moon, and Sagittarius rising. Is that right? Yes. Okay, awesome. So you mentioned your last relationship was about 3 years ago. So let's see what's happening here. Okay, I'm going to say something, Felicia, and I feel that you need to know this. I feel that you need to hear this because of kind of what's taking place in the chart. So so you're fairly young, okay? I think you are, just to be exact, you're 28. Okay, to me that's kind of on the younger side. You're yet to go through your Saturn return. So there's still things that you are going to learn within the next 2 to 4 years, okay? So what I want to say is I think for the better chunk of your adulthood, you've had Chiron in the 5th house of dating. And that transit is long-standing, okay? I'm saying it's a good chunk of your adulthood that would have encrypted or veiled over your dating experiences. So I feel that you haven't had a fair shot at love. And I don't say that to be like to get you emotional or anything in that matter. I really say it so you can give yourself a shot to try again. Okay? Because if I were to ask you how dating has been, I think that you'll say things like not as fun. I felt very vulnerable. I didn't know if I was doing it right. Like dating and all this stuff, and maybe being a little overcritical about yourself. So do you resonate with that? First, let me know. Like, does that resonate with you, of feeling that relationships, or dating, I should say, dating has been kind of a journey, chaotic in some ways? Okay. So the good news is that Chiron has moved outside of your 5th house of dating. So there's more of an open door here for you to get to know people and start building stronger relationships and bonds with others. Now, having said that, Chiron is still over your Mars in Aries. So I think that energy is still kind of a little bit loomy. Give me a second while I read here. Here's the thing with Chiron is that Chiron is, even though he's so loud, he's also easily ignorable because it's an undertone. It's an undertone of insecurity. It's not like super strong, so we can ignore it. I don't know that you've allowed yourself to work through your Chiron issues. Chiron in Virgo is hyper focused on doing things right, on following the rules of doing things in accordance to how they are, and highly critique themselves and also others. I think that you want to move through that wound. That's what's going to help you come into a healthier relationship, because what happens is you have Gemini on the 7th house, and it becomes an analytical battle between how they do things, how you do things, how to harmonize with each other. And I'm just like, this would require a full conversation with you, to be honest, where I would ask you, like, how do you feel you're doing with that? How have you managed through it? Do you feel that you have support so you can move through this Chiron wound? And if you haven't, it's time to do that now. Very critical in dating to not make a mistake, but have been working on that. Good. And so, just dropping everything next to me. I think, part of you coming into a healthy relationship is very contingent on your Chiron, unfortunately. Because Chiron is squaring your Venus. So you need to have a Chiron Bible, or a Bible on how you manage and move through dating and relating to others, and how you do things, and if they're being done right. You need to have a whole system where you can troubleshoot yourself when you come into situations. I'm like dead serious about that too. One example is having a literal manual of when you come into someone that you don't like, what do you do? What do you do? So you can have a guide as you navigate dating. This is like literally, genuinely a crucial step. You need to do this for you to come into a healthy relationship. Because what happens is, if someone accidentally gets a bad haircut, like you're talking to, I'm being a little bit dramatic, but you're going to be like, absolutely not. Absolutely not. What you're working here. I'm going to say it in one sentence. We're going to say it in one sentence for you. You're working on loving yourself unconditionally, and also loving another person also unconditionally. Now, what I mean with unconditionally, I mean that you're seeing and allowing space for their messiness. That you're not personalizing their messiness as something's wrong with me. People are allowed to be messy. People are allowed to have those moments of not being sure of what they feel, of having an emotional outburst, like that's the humans, right? This is what we do. So you want to give yourself space to do that and others to do that too. Okay. So in essence, this is rehabilitating your sense of expression when it comes to Pisces energy. And I think that's going to come up during this full moon in Pisces. It's going to hit very close to your moon. So I think that this is going to be a really good example of moving through this uncomfortable energy. Does that make sense to you? Does this make sense, Felicia? Yes. Good. I'm so glad. I feel, to be honest, I feel that the other people, it didn't make sense to them. Because whenever we're talking about Pisces, nebulous stuff, it's really hard to move through because it's confusing. It's confusing. But here's what I want to end with saying, Felicia, is that in 2 days, on the 10th, you are going to have a full moon on your moon, okay? So my best suggestion to you is to also have a handy handbook of healthy boundaries, because I think you sway from back and forth. I think you sway from having 7,589 boundaries to nothing at all. And you need to find a healthy balance between a good chunk of boundaries and when they're needed and how to use them. And if you can nail that down, you'll be good. You'll be good through this whole lifetime. It's the extremes you want to watch out for. Like, this is my book of boundaries, and then also I don't have any. Wow, called out. I know. And it's so hard to say it because you're so nice. Either too many or none at all. I know. It's like, this is your book of boundaries here. And then, oh, never mind. It's there. The book isn't up. So no, you need to get like a good medium, a good balance for you. And that balance could take you a while to figure out, because that's what you're here. That's your big chunk of life's work there, is finding that balance. But you'll do it. I have no doubt you'll do it, because you have the skills and the drive. It depends on the day. I know. It depends on the day. It depends on the coffee I have. Angelica, I'm coming to you after. After Angelica, I'm coming to Eva. Then I have Kayla, Jennifer, and then Daniela and Brianna. Felicia, please let me know if you have any questions about what I shared. Coffee lovers unite. I know, I love coffee. It depends if like Starbucks made my drink right. Can you imagine? It depends if like my Starbucks barista was nice. It's like, oh no, we're all in trouble. Coffee lovers. Felicia, I'm going to tell you what I tell everybody. You are so welcome to add me on Instagram, where I have crazy, sporadic, spontaneous sales, and also share other kind of information with you. And keep me updated on anything. Not right now, but thank you for your time. Keep me updated on anything. Not me closing the app. Okay, guys, I'm going to turn around so we could pull up Angelica's chart. You're going to see my, once again, very moisturized face because of my facial. Oh my God, hi. J Maz, thank you so much for the follow. Let me see, I'm looking for Angelica. Angelica, you are next. Where did Angelica go? After Angelica, I have Eva, Kayla, Jennifer, Daniela, and Brianna. Here, what do you see as the ideal career to fit my personality? Oh, I love business questions. So, Jessica, the wait list right now is 6 people. 6 people. I plan to be on, so if you are willing to spend time with us, you can hop on and claim a spot for today, because I plan to be on. I'm so excited. I always want to have your chart read. I'm excited to look at your chart too. So, Angelica, what I want to ask you is what do you do for work right now? One of my favorite things is looking at business readings. Love it. December 20. Oh, she's the Capricorn. I'm a home health nurse. Okay. Oh my gosh, thank you so much for the wishing bottle. That's so cute. I have the chat on the long thing, so I can't see. You can see it. So she said, home health nurse. Oh my gosh. Okay, you have a lot going on. Okay. Okay, let's talk. Let's talk. Okay. So I'm going to turn this chart around. I'm going to turn this around. You guys are going to see her chart. The camera. Okay. So here we have you as a Capricorn sun, Taurus moon, and Pisces rising. Is that right? Tenth house jelly. I'm kind of a little bit jelly. You know, I'm really proud of my Capricorn stellium, but take a look at that. Take a look at that. I'm a little bit saucy. Just kidding. Okay. So, yes, you have a lot of planets here in Capricorn. What are they doing? And they're on the 10th house too. They're in the 10th house too. So, let's take a look at this. In the 10th house, I know, so much Saturn. And what is Saturn doing? He's over there in Aquarius. Hanging out, chilling in the 12th house. Okay. So, her question is, what business? Jessica, I just got you on Cash App, so you'll be next after Brianna. Okay, and her question is here. What do you see as the ideal career fit to fit my personality? So one of the things that I want to say is, when it comes to career readings, they take a big chunk of research and conversation between me and the client, okay? Because it's a process, it's a journey into it. And it really is by stage, by age of where you are in life. Because I promise, I have talked to an 18-year-old and told them the end or the ultimate ideal that their birth chart is showing, and they could have thrown up in front of my face. They would have been like, literally, bitch, what do you know? Like I spoke Chinese to them or something. They don't get it because your literal mind, your capacity is not there yet. In Spanish, you say no está desarrollado. It has not developed, even seeing itself as an adult. So consider all that when I go into career and business and what would match your personality. So one thing we know for sure is that career is a big part of your personality, or a big part of how you find yourself in this world. Okay, so I have no doubt that you have strong dedication and integrity in your career. So if there's someone that I know is going to stay focused and dedicated to what they're doing in this life, I would count you in that tier. That's you. Now, here's another thing that I want you to see is that you have Capricorn in the 10th house at home. So this is very much about what you're doing out in the world. This whole stellium is talking about what you're giving the world. This is where everybody holds their legacy. And it doesn't always mean career. It doesn't always mean being the scientist of the year. It doesn't always mean that. It could just be simple as being, I don't know, an artist. Or I don't even want to say simple as, because anything that you attain from here took a really long time and a lot of your dedication. So even if you want to be known for an amazing mother, that's valid too. Okay, so you have this whole stellium in Capricorn in the 10th house that is very close to the midheaven. So it's how you want to be seen. It's what you want to do and show the world. So in me saying that, more than likely, it's going to take you time to do that, time to get there. So you want to start being patient with yourself when it comes to your own career, because you are taking steps and building something here. Okay. So a more digestible way to look at your career is, what brick do I need right now? Instead of what's the whole summation of it. Okay. Because the whole summation of it it's so much of your free will also. But the questions you want to be asking now and forever is, what brick do I need right now? Okay. So if you're a home health nurse, you have a good chunk of bricks, right? You had to go to school for that. You had to pass a bunch of tests. And so you have a good chunk of bricks. Now I wish I had bricks in front of me, but we all know how they look, right? Let's just say these are your bricks here. You have all of this. So you're asking me at this point, you have something. So now I'm going to start talking about what the chart is showing. Okay. The chart wants responsibility. So one of the things that you want to start doing, Angelica, is seeing yourself as you are a part of your own job. You are a job. You yourself are a job. Okay. So this chart needs responsibility, and it needs a pyramid to grow into. Okay. It needs to know that growth is around the corner. Promotions, stepping up is around the corner. Now, another thing that you also have access to is close relationship to experts. So if you want to stay in nursing and move up to managing and being a lead nurse, and I truly don't know about this world, but I know that there's like a nurse that leads and manages. So if you want to do that, you can. Or if you want to go into being a whole doctor, you could do that too. I see that. Of wanting to attain the highest tier in what you do. So ultimately, this is what I see in the chart, is that you are going to work in a field for a very long time. And later in life, you're going to teach that back. And that's going to be when your legacy kicks in, when you become the teacher. Okay? So you need to know that. So when you talk about ultimate, what fits with my personality, what fits with this chart, ultimately at the end of the day, this chart wants to teach what it knows. And what it knows is dependent on this whole stellium. Because what you teach is going to be, do you want to know what I learned in my 75 years of doing ABC? I learned this. I learned XYZ. This is what I learned. And this is the wisdom that you need. Oh my God, the Sag midheaven, you clarified that for me. Yeah, you cannot ignore it. You cannot ignore it. Hello? You have your midheaven at 28 degrees Sagittarius. And by the way, I feel that you're, at the end of this, you have the potential of being a public speaker and working in one-on-one situations. Like, I don't know, I feel like this is you having a practice of your own, and it doesn't have to be in medicine or in nursing or in doctorates, but I just see you having an organization of your own and being able to speak through it and having close connections with it, because you also have Venus there. My North Node in the 8th house confuses me though. What confuses you about the 8th house? Well, this energy here is going to confuse you because you don't know anything about it. The South Node is very comfortable with your moon. So this is being grounded. This here wants you to walk into the mystery. Okay, it wants you to get up from this seat. Get up from what you know. Get up from the stability that you think you have. And go into swimming in waters of mystery. That's why it would confuse you, because why the fuck would you do that? Sorry for my language. Why would you do that? Why would anyone do it? That's how everybody looks at their North Node. Yeah, but why? You know? How? Why? Like, that's so not me. That's far away from me. That's something I've never done. You know, I'm a whole desert over here. I'm a whole, you know, it makes me think of the movie Holes. So your job is to unconfuse yourself, right? So ultimately, you're coming into willpower. You're learning about money and finances and how to make your money work for you instead of working so much for it. Because Taurus and Scorpio is all about money. Taurus is earning it. These are the guys that come home from a long day of working with dirty fingernails. Those are your Taurus. It's the Taurus energy. They're working for every single dollar. They earn it. Scorpio is investing. Scorpio's making their money work for them. Okay. So Scorpio's investing, looking at loans, looking at, you know, venture capital. They're looking at all these other ways to make their money to work for them. Eventually, that's something you want to learn or get into, is how can I build the resources around me? Like, how can I get into this and start investing a little bit? Like, what does that look like for me? And this is also about coming into transformation. You have to transform into this, right? Especially with that North Node conjunct Pluto. And like, this is very complex. There's 1,000 things I could say. So the North Node is in Sagittarius, Pluto's in Scorpio, yet they're conjunct in the 8th house. Transformation of values. Okay. So you need to do all of this to be able to teach. When you don't see yourself as a teacher, you have an outdated belief system that's plugged in here. Yeah, that's a good summation. Should I learn to invest? That's a really good conclusion. I like that. You trying to take over this live, girl? Just kidding. I like that, actually, Angelica. Eva, I'm coming for you. Eva, did I say both? No, Eva. I've stuck to it. Angelica, please let me know if you have any questions about what I shared, like the information I already talked about. By the way, when I watch those horoscope videos, should I read for Pisces rising or Aries? Honey, you're Pisces. You're Pisces. Don't ignore this. You're 27-degree Pisces. I would still read. Look at me. I would still read Aries for fun. But no, you're Pisces. Pisces rising. Your Saturn's in the 12th house too. You don't want to ignore that. You guys don't want to ignore any part of your chart. Yeah. So I'm ready. Angelica, I'm going to tell you what I tell everybody. You're welcome to add me on Instagram and keep me updated on everything that's going on with you. I want a reading, but you have a long list. How long will you be doing this tonight? I'm going to go until my list comes out. I actually only have 2 more spots, actually. So if anybody wants to grab those 2 spots, then I'll close out the list. You can grab them now. Like, you guys could just go at your own accord. But I'm going to be on for the most part. I can, so why not stay on? It's very rare when I get to come on. So Eva, not me switching your name again. Eva. Can you share with me your question? What's your question? I have your birth information here, so I'm going to plug it in. After Eva, I have Kayla, Jennifer, Daniela, Brianna, and Jessica. You guys are going to see my face again. I'm really just interested in anything but love and career. Hold on, someone's trying to... love and career are a big mystery to me, so whatever. Okay, let's look. $19.97. Okay, so can you confirm your big 3 for me? Good morning. Someone said good morning, and it's like nighttime over here. Where are you from, Moonchild? Okay, so Eva, can you confirm your big 3? Oh, you're in the Netherlands. Super cool. Super fun. Taurus, Sun, Aquarius, Moon, Gemini rising. Okay, cool. That's what I have. Good morning from Germany. Okay. I'm kind of leaning towards career. I'm going to turn the chart around so you guys are going to see her chart. So this is where we are with Taurus Sun, Aquarius Moon, and Gemini rising. And so I think it's important we talk. Oh my gosh, yes. We need to talk about career. Girl, we need to talk about career. Okay. So my first question to you is, what do you do for work? What do you do for work? What's happening there? Oh my God, okay. What do you do for work right now? I work at a call center. Okay. So one of the first things I want to say is that this full moon is taking place in your house of career. The full moon is going to be in 2 days. So this Pisces energy is really ruling your career side. Now, what I want you to consider is your South Node is in Pisces in the 10th house. So this full moon is going to be a little bit of an uncomfortable one for you, because I think it's going to bring up a lot of fears, especially fears around your work in this life, your legacy, what it is that you're doing. And what I think this fear is more about is how you're going to sustain and provide for yourself over time, like long term, right? What is going to pay my house is what you're thinking about. How am I going to, I feel it already. Yeah, yes. This full moon in Pisces is fully activated already. I feel it already. So I want to maybe make a makeup career. Let me see this. Where are you? Okay, so you're still very young. You're still very, very young. You're 25, so there's a lot still that you're learning. I think that you're in a very good period to want to discover what it is that you want to focus on, especially because you have Saturn over Jupiter, which this is always really, really good for career and business. So I think that this is a very good stage for you to start planning out what the next step is. And I'm gonna say right now is that you have Pisces in the midheaven. So part of what you want to do is help others rehabilitate themselves somehow. Because Pisces is all about holding that space for people to just define themselves, discover themselves, come out of dark moments. It really is the place where people rehabilitate themselves, come out of institutions, coming out of, just really hardship. So there's a myriad of ways that you could do this. Pisces is the ruler of health, of herbs, of mental wellness, and ultimately this is where you find some fulfillment. I also thought about psychology. I actually think you would be really good with that, psychology, especially because your moon is here in the 8th house. Scorpio rules a lot of psychology, and it's in the 5th house for you. So I think that you would enjoy doing this. But here's the thing. One of the questions I want to ask you is, how much do you like being home? How do you like being home? How do you like just spending time at your house? Do you clean your room? Do you make your bed? There's a reason why I'm asking this, by the way. You're probably like, why? Why does it matter? The reason I'm mentioning this is because if you are uncomfortable with where you live, this is a big part of your life's work, is stabilizing yourself at home. I enjoy alone time. I love being home, and sometimes I hate my room being messy, but happens to get there. Okay, so as you are, Virgo is over your Mars, and you have your North Node. So I think that here's what you need to hear. Okay, because I see you being very motivated for career, and this is good, right? But the South Node is there. And I want you to know that you always need to stay organized, structured, and disciplined in your home life for career to go well, for career to sustain itself. It's very important that you do that, and you know that. If this is messy, if home is messy, career is not going to fix home. So the idea of you coming into, see if this, does that look better? I have my screen on. the idea of you coming into a really successful, strong business or work life is you need to sustain yourself here. If you can do this for yourself, good. There's no problem here. But if you have a hard time, I'm just going to try that for right now. You can see it better. If you're having a hard time being home, staying home, doing all the home stuff, taking care of yourself, organizing yourself, having a routine, taking care of your body, having an exercise, having a diet routine. If you're having a hard time doing all these things, focus on this, at least for this month, because you need this stability so you can go out in the world and do what you do. Does this make sense? I'm having a hard time. Yeah, because you are needing to bring in the structure. You're developing these Virgo skills. So out of all of this whole chart, your saving grace is that Mars. This Mars in Virgo is your saving grace into coming into your life purpose and what you're doing in this lifetime. No, Nova, I love your name. I just got you. You're going to be next after Jessica Nova. So whenever you don't know what to do, whenever you're confused as far as life path goes, as far as like what direction you need to go, you need to hone in to this Mars. So someone just came in from Venmo. I wasn't able to get your name. Wow, this information is so valuable. Thank you so much. I'm so glad. It's me. It's whatever to be honest. Guys, I just want to confirm. Marina on Venmo. Okay. Marina, thank you. So Marina, I got you. So Ava, you really want to consider all of this because when I mentioned that Mars is your saving grace, what I mean by that is your natural motivation, your natural drive is your guiding light, is your guiding post. So you are feeling that super strong right now with the sun being over Mars right now. That's why I'm emphasizing it, because you need to capitalize on this energy. You need to recognize how it feels. You need to call onto it when you're having a hard time establishing yourself. When you have to come outside, move through fear, you need to structure yourself. So number one thing is get a planner and get a house routine. Like that would be super fun, is having a house routine. There's this girl on TikTok. Oh, guys, I'm going to go off in a tangent. You guys all know who she is. She cleans. She's amazing. And she has the ebook of cleaning her house, like a routine of cleaning your house. Everybody needs to get it. Literally, everybody needs to get it. Does anybody know who I'm talking about? Does anybody know her name? I have no idea what her name is, but she's on here. She's affiliated with Scrub Daddy, and she has like a whole planner of how to take care of the house. Eva, this is you. This is your whole North Node speaking. Vanessa, yes, Vanessa. Can you tag her? Are you able to tag her? How can we get that link to Eva? Vanessa, and she has a workbook. Oh my gosh. I think that if you can, you know what? This is how I talk about hijacking your North Node. You see how the South Node doesn't want her to be like in a business or career? Well, she still needs to work, right? We know this. She still needs to work. So what I suggest my clients is you hijack the North Node and you turn it into a job. Okay, so what if you come out? Your fourth house is working with homes in the home. You see where I'm going with this? Do you see where I'm going with this, Eva? What if you can start a whole business with home decor, with home care, luxury home care? Don't get me started. I love interior design. You see where we're getting? Guys, this is how you read charts. Just kidding. This is how you help people. Just kidding. I love interior design. So that would be a dream. Okay, so that's a way where you can come into the North Node, and that's you finding balance. This is you coming into balance. Guys, I need to put this on. This light is so bright for my life. I hope you don't mind. I don't know why I took it off in the first place. So Eva, I think this is direction for you to start exploring. Pain Slan, I did not get your TikTok. I'm sorry, your PayPal. I'm so sorry. You can, I got Nova, but no, that's not you. So, Kayla, I'm going to come to you right after. I'm coming to you, Kayla. Eva. Gosh, I never got your name. What I want you to do is add me on Instagram and start showing me all the beautiful things that you love to do. Jaylene. I just got Jaylene. Jaylene, I just got you. You're so gifted, hoping to be able to interpret charts like you do. Oh my gosh, yes. So it's just years years of doing this. I feel at this point I think I've read over 7,000 charts. And don't ask me how I kept track. I just do. But you'll get there. You'll get there. Let's see. Yes, so keep me updated on all this, Ava. It takes overtime. I want to see you taking steps, even if it's not your final step. It's step one of coming into your hijacking your career. So many directions and possibilities, to be honest. Yay! I'm so glad. I'm so glad. Keep me updated. Kayla, I'm coming to you. After Kayla, I have Jennifer, Daniela, Brianna, Jessica, Nova, Marina, and Jaylyn. So guys, I just need to run through the last ones that came in because I kind of got a clump of people. So I want to make sure that I get everybody. Just Kayla, you're coming up next here. I'll do this here. Yeah. Okay, so yeah, I got Marina and she was through Venmo, and then I got Jaylene and Jaylene is through PayPal. Now what was I gonna say? I think that's right. Can I just need these people to say hi to me on the chat. Nova, can you say hi to me? Marina, can you say hi to me? And Jaylene, can you say hi to me, please? And then I'll feel at peace. Like, okay, I have you guys. Nova, hello. Marina here. Painsland, what's your name? Oh, you're Jaylene. Okay. And Marine, it's whatever. Okay, got you. And Nova, you're Nova. Okay, thank you so much for saying hi. Okay, let's go on. We can move on. So Kayla, I know I said for you to say hi. Where's Kayla? Kayla, are you here? Can you say hi to me? You're next. After Kayla, I have Jennifer, Daniela, Brianna, Jessica, Nova, Marina, and Jaylene. Okay. Okay, so I don't know where... I'm going to say Kayla one more time. If not, I'm going to go over to Jennifer. Kayla, are you on the chat? If you are, please come on because you're next. If not, I'm going to move on to Jennifer. Kayla, okay. Oh, I didn't see her. So sorry, Kayla. Yes, I'm here. Oh, I see you. Okay, so sorry, Kayla. So, Kayla, I'm going to start pulling up your chart. Can you please confirm your big three for me? What's your big three? Now, I'm going to turn this around. You guys are going to see my face, my moisturized face. Over moisturized. She's here. I know. Oh my gosh. I know she's here. I'm sorry. I know I never do that too. I've never had to skip someone. So I was like, how do I skip someone? I was going into a panic attack too, guys. Don't worry. She's glowing, girl. It's that facial. Okay. Yes, you did school and career. Oh, I found you. I couldn't find where you were born. Girl, I was freaking out. Not me freaking out so much. Okay. So, I'm here. I think I did school and career. You did. So, what I need from you is to confirm your big three. So, I have you as a Virgo sun, Virgo moon, and Capricorn rising. Is that right? Okay, so right now I just really want to quickly say there's 7 people on the wait list or that are signed up. So if you feel comfortable waiting for these readings to pass through, you're welcome to buy a reading if you want one. Otherwise, no pressure. I'm just gonna do these and head out. But just because I want to be fair with you guys, I don't want you guys to be too long on here. But if you're willing to, I'm willing to. That's what I was trying to say. That's what I was trying to say. If you guys want to still get readings, I'm willing to stay on and do them. Okay. Correct. So what I want to know from you, Kayla, is what are you going to school for right now? Are you in school right now? And what are you going to school for? pharmacy. So you're 23 years old, right? Do you have a job right now, or are you just going to school at the moment? You have the sun and the moon in the 9th house, including, I have 2 jobs. Okay. And do school too. Okay, this is what I'm seeing for you, Kayla, is I'm seeing a really strong pull and push for you to get more freedom. Okay. Uranus is going directly over Saturn, so I feel that you would feel restricted. And this doesn't feel good when Saturn is right over when Uranus is right over your Saturn, because this is like a dogfight of, do I follow the rules or do I do whatever the fuck I want? Right? That's hard energy to make happy and to balance, because who wins, right? There's still Saturn. This shows you still have people that you're dependent on, and people that you don't want to like disappoint, or people that you don't want to go outside of what you were taught, or outside of what the order is or the structure is. So you're kind of like, so what do I do? Does that make sense? Does that resonate with you? Yes, it does. So to be honest, I think that this is a push towards your independence. Okay. So I don't know exactly what's going on. There's something being teased. There's something that someone is telling you that they're going to take something away, and you're kind of not wanting to lose it. But this is kind of a big push towards your freedom. This pressure is for you to get more independent. And what that means, okay? What that means is that you're going to get a little bit messy. That's what you need to hear, Kayla, is that sometimes in life, you follow all the rules, you do all the steps, and it still doesn't work. It still doesn't equate. And some people are naturally able to kind of swerve that. Like, oh, I guess that didn't work. I'm going to do this. But this chart is not going to be comfortable doing that. This chart's going to be like, fuck no, I did step A, B, C, and I should get this result. Okay? So it's showing yourself flexibility so you can give yourself the freedom that you're looking for, the same freedom that you're looking for. Okay? Because I feel that a part of the reason that you're not coming into this liberation of the self is because you're still recycling the idea that everything you did should have worked. Okay? So it's kind of like you followed the recipe, you try to make cheesecake, and you didn't. So you're like, why didn't this come out to cheesecake? How did I end up with this? And what I'm trying to say is that this is kind of a time where you have to break a little bit of rules, and you have to be authentic to yourself and be true to yourself. Even if it means that if you say you don't want to do this, that like someone's not going to pay your phone bill, and you're just going to have to find a way to do that for yourself within reason. Okay, Kayla, within reason. It's not like if someone says like, hey, you're going to be homeless if you, no. That's not what I'm saying. I'm saying within reason. A little bit of responsibility for yourself would give you the freedom and liberation that you're looking for. Because what I see is that being held over your shoulder. Like, well, this is being done for you, so you need to do this. And you're kind of like, no, I'm being pushed to do something else. So how do you manage that, right? Does that make sense? And I mean, with having 2 jobs, I mean, that sounds like someone who's responsible, but it's kind of like the kind of rebellion I want you to do, or I'm suggesting for you, is not like super chaotic. It's like paying the bills when you want type of thing. Like, it's a soft rebellion. It's a going outside of the normal structure. So like, if a bill is due on the 10th, well, maybe I'm paid on the 12th, you know? Like, I'm just gonna do that instead of, you know, because I've been paying the bill on the 10th. I've been paying it on the 10th, and that's led to nothing. Okay. Or it's led to the same thing. So I kind of need to like brush up my algorithm a little bit. I need to stir it up. And that's what I'm seeing here. When it comes to school, when it comes to your education, I think that you are needing to go into a course or into an outlet that is more true to you. Okay? Which can ruffle a little bit of feathers. Does that make sense? Now, I'm not saying to not go to school. I'm not saying that either. I'm just saying I think you have really good ideas towards other alternatives to learn pharmacy. You have really good ideas of how to come into medicine, and you have access to other kinds of routes into pharmacy, right? So if anything, what you could do is build a very intelligent, because this is a highly intelligent chart. What you could do is build a case towards what you want to do. Hey, I want to still do pharmacy, but I don't want it to be in this university. I want it to be here. And this is my PowerPoint as to why that this is the better route for me. And I hope that you would join me in this journey. And thank you so much for everything and the support that you've shown me. And I look forward to doing this new venture with you in my corner. Does that make sense? By the way, happy early birthday. You're going to have a birthday in 2 days. Yes, it does. Okay. I'm so glad, Kayla. I'm so glad. And that could also mean, that can also be exploring. Yeah, thank you. This could also be exploring other things outside of pharmacy. Like, what would that be? What does that look like? What is the core thing I'm interested in? Is it pharmacy, or is it helping people, or is it seeing people get healthy? Is there different ways of getting healthy? What kind of other ways can people get healthy? So it's, again, allowing yourself to explore other things you may want to learn. So Kayla, I'm going to ask you if you have any questions about what I just shared. I have the biggest straw. It should be illegal for no reason. I have the biggest straw. It's like one of those boba. It's bigger than a boba straw. No, I'm okay. Thank you. So, Kayla, again, like I tell everybody, please add me on Instagram. Keep me updated on your school journey. Send me a picture of you on campus, whatever it looks like. Like, I want to see you. I'm rooting for you. And thank you so much for getting a reading today and spending time with us. So, Jennifer, I'm coming to you. I'm coming to Jennifer. Then after Jennifer, I have Daniela, Brianna, Jessica, Nova, Marina, and Jaylene. Hi, Jennifer. How are you? Thank you so much for waiting. You guys, I know that you've been waiting. Honestly, I salute you. I honor you guys so much. So, Jennifer, aside from business business astrology, I love talking about business astrology. And the other thing I love talking about is spirituality and the soul. Okay, so guys, we're going into I'm learning so much while I wait. I like it. Okay, thank you so much for saying that, Jessica. I was about to text my sister, like, my anxiety's going up. I have Virgo in the 6th house. I don't know, but I take all of this very seriously. So I'm gonna flip the camera. You guys are gonna see my face, and I'm talking to Jennifer, and I'm also talking about how much I love talking about the soul, how much I love talking about how we journey, and my perspective of it, because we all have so many perspectives. We all have so many perspectives of the soul, of spirituality. I have a new favorite on TikTok too. She does past life regressions. No, it's not past life regressions. I don't know. I don't even know the formal term of it, but she basically she hypnotizes you, asks your higher self for questions. Like if I could shadow her in a session, I feel like I would be like writing everything down, like she's like, what? Because it's so interesting. Anyway, I also don't know her name because I don't know. I don't keep up, I guess. But yeah, it's probably that Tiffany, QHHT. Oh, I think I've seen her. Yeah, so when she posts, she puts like a big bubble. It's usually a forest, and she puts a big bubble, and she writes in asking your higher self questions. I like her. Like, I'm waiting to get time to book a session with her because it's different. Like, I just resonate with her, you know how you guys resonate with me? I resonate with her. And quantum healing hypnosis therapy. Yes, that sounds like exactly what she does. So I like her, and I don't even know why I started. I don't even know why I started talking about her. Yes, I completely get that. Oh, that this was probably. Oh, this was my perspective. That's what I was saying. This is my perspective of the soul's journey. And by the way, fun fact: there is a formal way of reading the soul in astrology, and that's through a draconic birth chart reading. I love doing them. I do them, but I hardly ever do them because it's a really intimate conversation, and for people to really, it's like I don't know, but I do offer it to my ongoing clients. I talk about it. It's called the draconic birth chart reading, and it's your draconic chart. It's your soul. And you could see, honestly, like just between you and I, it's is that the thing Dolores Cannon did? I think she was more of a channeler than anything. Or actually, she did have services too, huh? I don't know. This is like, I guess, out of my field for some reason. But the draconic chart and your birth chart is how you can see the disease that a person has, like their illnesses. Because what happens, allow me to explain this to you guys. When the soul comes into the body, imagine trying to fit so much light into one little tiny thing, right? So the human has to adjust, and a lot of the times, from my experience, that's where I've seen where disease comes from, like uncomfortableness in trying to get adjusted into the human body. And so they used that technique from medical astrology back in the day. I don't know why I started whispering. Like that. Well, they use that technique to diagnose people in the formal practice of medical astrology that is rarely seen. Try to find someone that does that. I'll wait. Okay, I'm a little bit confused. Okay. So, Jennifer, you are August 9, right? September 8, of course. September 8. Okay, September 8. I'll keep going. Okay. So, you're coming in as a Virgo. Thank you so much for the people who are sharing the live. And yes, I just realized that at the same time, it's your birthday today. Did we just coherently walk into her birthday? Did we just all walk into Jennifer's birthday? Can we all take a moment to say happy birthday to Jennifer? It's her birthday. Now, I would blast a birthday song on YouTube, but I mean, I don't want. Happy birthday! Yes, happy birthday! That's so cute. Hey, wait a minute. What's your question? Your soul. Okay. Happy birthday! That's so cute. That's so special. That's so cute. Okay. So this is your chart. This is also, today would be your solar return. Oh my gosh, if you didn't ask, I would look at your solar return. Okay, Virgo, Sun, Aries, Moon, Taurus rising. That is so cute. I'm gonna take a screenshot of the chat because it looks cute. You guys wishing her happy birthday. Okay, so we're looking into her question. Her question is, what is my soul's purpose in this lifetime? That's a really big question, right? Your soul's purpose. And you could see so much of the soul purpose in every little aspect. Like all of these little aspects have a lot to say about what you're doing here. One of the bigger places that we look towards with purpose and direction is where we look at the North Node. What is the North Node doing? Because earlier in the chat, I said, yes, it is a really good question. Earlier in the chat, I mentioned how your North Node is a pretty big deal to make you come down to earth. And this is kind of like the marker of that. This is kind of the good deal that you got out of it, out of coming into this place of wild rides. So we also want to consider more of the patterns of the chart. So this is something that I would really break down in a one-on-one reading. Is I would really study it as to what this looks like. And it is a conversation too. But let's take a look at what the chart is saying with the North Node in Aries and it being so close to the moon. Okay, so to be honest, I think this is a really fair question for her because one of the signatures that I'm seeing in this chart is that it's near completion. And I think Jennifer will understand what that means when just by me saying it. Near completion. She has almost nailed this route of coming into the North Node. I just feel like I've tried so many different things in life and it doesn't work out for some reason. When you say tried so many different things, what are you referring to? Tried? What did you try for? What was it that you're trying to fix? I just kind of want to move through a little bit of that response of feeling like you have tried. I feel like I have no direction besides being a mom. I tried different careers and schools. I see. And for some reason or another, it doesn't work out. So with you asking this question, it kind of sounds a little bit more like, what is your purpose? Like, when you say what's your purpose, I'm reading that for you, that means like, what am I supposed to do in this life, in this world? As far as, and I think you're associating that to your job a little bit, or to your legacy. So those are kind of like two different avenues to go. Is it your soul's purpose? Because a lot of the times it has nothing to do with career and it has nothing to do with school. It's more about the lessons that you learn. Or is your question more about, am I supposed to have a career? Like, what am I supposed to do out in the world? Does that make sense? Because you're kind of, either you have these ideas, bind it together, or you're subconsciously asking about your legacy. Does that make sense, guys? Because your North Node doesn't really talk about, it's not touching on career. It's not touching on the legacy. It's touching on other stuff. It's touching on other things, which I'll go into. I just kind of want to feel where you're at with it. So here's what I'm going to go into is the idea of the North Node in Aries is really defining the sense of self. It's coming into who you are as an individual. So to make it digestible, it's about coming into your likes and dislikes, being able to say, I don't like strawberry, and I'm not going to eat strawberries, Where the South Node in Libra is not really sharing that opinion of itself. It's kind of saying low key to itself, I don't like strawberries, but if everybody else is eating strawberry cheesecake, I'm just going to do it. I'm going to just suck it up for the team and eat strawberries, even though I know that I can't stand them, or maybe they even make me sick. And the North Node in Aries it's not taking time to have that discretion or regard for others to offend them. It doesn't care. It just says it. It says it. Now, this is why I mentioned that you have helped yourself a lot because you have the moon here. So just like I said in the other reading, the moon here in this chart becomes your saving grace. It becomes your direction. So at worst case scenario, you will always find success and growth when you ask yourself, and what is my intuition telling me? If you can ask yourself that question, you'll be able to become, you will be able to become your own oracle. Okay? Is when you can ask yourself, what does my intuition say? Because your intuition is going to tell you to speak up. Your intuition is going to tell you to kick down the door. Your intuition is going to tell you to stand up for yourself. Your intuition is going to tell you, actually, no, I'm not afraid to start a fight. I'm not afraid to make you uncomfortable. I'm not afraid to rattle some feathers here. I'm not afraid. That's what your intuition would tell you, is actually you're a warrior. The South Node is going to silence that and say, what do other people think, right? Because I'm sorry, the South Node is conjunct Mercury. So that conjunction is really focused on what other people have to think and other people's way of acting and being and doing things. Okay. So especially, you guys, look at that Jupiter at 29 degrees of Aries. I completely agree with what you said. And this is why I'm saying it. This is why I'm saying it, because by knowing, you will give yourself the backbone to just do it, right? Because this is validation for you. This is validating your emotions. This is validating the fire in you, the spark that you have, okay? So it's very important that you begin to strengthen your relationship with your own intuition, okay? Strengthen your relationship with the masculine energy within yourself. If you were to kind of go into masculine, feminine, it's been up till about a year ago, I finally left my abusive marriage and things fell into place for me right after. Yes. So with that South Node, by the way, what was your partner's zodiac sign? What was their sun sign? Unfortunately, that is very often the case with whenever you have someone that has a South Node in Libra. Try to pull a South Node Libra away from anyone, from a partner. Good luck. Right? They're sticking. They're glued. And it's like not the best thing for them, right? It's probably like obviously not the best route, and they'll still stay there. You're welcome to share what their zodiac sign is. That just kind of gives me more data to work with and what you were having to pull out of. So he was a Gemini sun, Aries moon, Gemini rising, and we have 4 kids together. Our youngest is our karma. Okay. So yeah. So I think you have your Chiron in Gemini. I think at the beginning this relationship was really healing for you. At the beginning it was a safe space for you to express yourself, and I think down the line it turned into the opposite. Maybe that was used against you a little bit. But this is what the lessons were here, is how to make yourself mentally strong again so you can move outside of this connection. So all of this to say, I'm really proud of you for having done that for yourself and finding the strength that you needed to make that decision. Because what does Aries rule? What does Aries rule? Courage, strength. Anybody who has the North Node in Aries is learning how to be courageous and brave. That's what the whole thing is about, is being brave. It was really good, then it got really, really bad. I could see that. I could see that it was really, really good, and I could see that it was really, really bad. very good at synastry, compatibility. I'm ridiculously good at it for some reason. You know, it's just, it makes sense to me how two souls come together and end up working out. Thank you. It did take a lot. Yeah, I have no doubt it took a lot. That's why I want to validate that for you. Like, that was a huge deal for you. And you want to give yourself credit for it. So you're at the next step. What's the next step? The next step is not to get into another relationship. Please don't do that to yourself. You have a lot of learning to do about yourself. Okay? Learning about yourself. Now here's the thing. You mentioned, like, I don't know who I am outside of a mother, right? The idea here is you have to reintroduce yourself to you at the age that you are at now. Okay? Because after getting a divorce, it is so natural for you to want to go back to that one person that you were before anything, right? So your peak, the single you, the person who was single, who would go out and go to the bar, have fun, dress up, do her hair, do her makeup, like that is who you are wanting to see back. But we all know that once you have even one child, you are never the same woman. Never the same woman. Because you're not a young girl anymore. You're a woman maiden now. And you need to honor that part of you. So it's rediscovering yourself for the stage that you are at. The old me is definitely not me now. And this is just to show yourself grace. This is why I'm mentioning it. Is really show yourself grace to honor where you are right now. So you can come into liking yourself again. And here's another thing I'm going to say. Here's another big thing I'm going to say that you need to hear. Step 1 in doing this is also forgiving yourself. Forgiving yourself for being in this relationship for so long. You didn't do anything wrong. You played it out as well as you could have. And now you need to honor the moment you're in right now. So showing yourself grace and forgiving yourself are huge for you to start developing your sense of self. It's huge. Another thing that's huge is allowing old belief systems to fall off. Saturn in Sagittarius is all about your belief systems. So when you say, I'm not sure who I am, I'm not sure what I've done over the years, you're essentially, now I understand, asking me, who am I? You're essentially asking me, who am I? Who have I been? And I am not someone that can answer that for you. Nobody can. That's what you're here to do, Jennifer. You are here to define yourself. You are here to say Jennifer wears red hair, blue shoes, gray pajamas, and that's how she likes to dress. That's you. You get to say that. I don't know. I can't say that for you. Nobody can. Right? So you cannot ask people, hey, what should I wear? Hey, who am I? You define that. You say that for yourself. I am XYZ. Hi, I'm Jennifer and I'm XYZ. Just like all these people get to say whatever they want about themselves. It's crazy you say that. I definitely blame myself for saying for so long. Yeah. So I mentioned it. You can't do that. You have to forgive yourself for going through this journey that ultimately pivoted you into reclaiming yourself, because that's what you did. You reclaimed yourself. Some people don't ever do it. So I hope that shares a little bit of insight as to your life path, as to your soul's mission, as to your soul's purpose. Daniela, I'm coming to you next. I get it. Thank you. You're so welcome. You guys, I like get warped into reading sometimes. I'm like warped into this. I could talk for hours about it. Ready? Okay, so Daniela, I'm going to tell you what I tell everybody else. You're more than welcome to add me on Instagram. Keep me updated. Just share any information that you want to share with me. You're more than welcome to do that. And if you have any questions, like about what I just shared, please let me know if you have any questions about everything I just said. Otherwise, I'm going to move on to Daniela. Can you guys, am I glitching in any way? Because I'm getting a notice of unstable connection. But can you guys hear me fine? There's no interruptions? It's so interesting. I love it. No, there's no glitches, or no, you guys can't hear me. Oh, I can hear you well. Okay, cool. I can hear you. You're not glitching. Thank you very much. It was exactly what I needed to hear. Thank you so much. And happy birthday. Happy birthday. I'm telling you, I'm being good with the music because I want to upload this live to YouTube so you guys have access to it and access to your readings. But you guys know how I get. You know how spicy I get with my music. I would have blasted a whole happy birthday song. But it gets copyrighted. Like what? Okay. So Daniela, I'm trying to grasp your question. Okay, so Daniela, this is not your first reading. I don't recognize you because you don't have a picture here. You don't have a picture, but we can open this, unpack this, but I need you to remind me what it is that we have spoken about, because it's been time and I've seen thousands of charts at this point. So I need you to remind me. So we had a reading back in April, and then I have an update in June. What did we talk about in April? So we talked about, a guy. What did we talk about? I just need you to remind me. And also what his birthday is, or just what his zodiac sign is. Yes. So I was the one that hadn't dated anyone in over 4 years. We also talked about career. Yeah. So share as much as you can with me. I'm going to pull up your chart. Please share as much as you can. I think I remember a little bit, which was, no, wait, were you the one that we were talking about the novella? I don't know. I need you to remind me. You told me not to shy away. Dirty. Oh my gosh, what? Okay. Okay, so where are you with it now? I'll have to go back and rewatch it. We talked, I don't think that was you, where we talked about Rosa Salvaje, which was a soap opera. Okay, so why don't you tell me where you guys are at now? Oh, okay. Oh my gosh. Okay. Well, the guy from 4 years ago is gone. The guy from 4 years ago is long gone. Okay. I'm gonna turn this around so you're gonna see her beautiful chart. So I have you as a Sagittarius. I don't claim that name. I did not make it up. That is Ant. So Sagittarius, Gemini, Moon, and Libra rising. So what's going on there? My Libra risings. My Libra risings. That's me. Okay, so well, the guy from 4 years ago is long gone, but there's a new one after 4 years. I met a new Gemini. He was born. Okay, so are you asking about compatibility with him, with this Gemini? Libra rising. Somewhat, because I know you said we could do a synastry reading. Yeah, privately we can. So do you want to look into him, this person, or do you want to look into finances? Because I know you had also mentioned that in the question. But I was thinking I could ask if I'm ready to enter something serious. This would technically be my first relationship. Okay, let me look him up. One moment. I'll look into him. Okay, so all of that to say, we're looking into a guy that she's dating. That's the verdict. This is what we're doing right now. May 23, 96, 5. So where did you meet him? Let's get nosy. He's coming in as a, Gemini sun. And he has a Leo moon. Oh, wait a minute. And he has a North Node in Libra. Okay. If you tell me when you met him, I could probably guess where you met him. But okay, let's take a look. Girl. Through my college roommate, she just got engaged to her high school sweetheart who introduced us. Okay. So yeah. Interesting. Okay. So I have a chart here on the side. What does it look like? Okay. Daniela, you're so lucky right now. You're so lucky. You're so lucky. I'm just gonna say that. I was about to start chewing you out. June 17th, 2022 was the time we officially met. But I guess we met a year ago. I don't remember. No, you were an inch away from me unleashing some wrath into just the patterns that I'm seeing in the chart. But you just so happen to be saved by the grace by the grace of God. Here's the thing. Okay. So Saturn in the 5th house in Pisces is always going to ask you to take dating seriously. Okay? Saturn in the 5th house is a classic situation where you just want to have fun. Again, if I had access to my music, I would play Cyndi Lauper, Girls Just Want to Have Fun, because that's you. I just want to have fun. And Saturn's like, no, bitch, not right now. Like, literally, no. Can we work on this? We've been working on this for 17 eons. You need to start working with Saturn when you date people, okay? So this is pausing yourself to really scan people and ask them questions that are going to shape the relationship in a positive way, okay? So the type of questions are not, what's your favorite drink? I like to drink this. Your questions are, what are your goals, right? What do you do for work? Oh, what would you like to do after that, right? So asking the serious questions, okay? Because it is way too easy for this chart to go into the romanticizing of it, okay? It's like when you see someone, you're already on the Little Mermaid boat with them. You know how Ariel, like, is that her name, Ariel? You guys know. When she's in the boat and they're singing and they're falling in love, like, that's your space to go, okay? And Saturn's like, actually, you're not going there. Actually, you need to ask more questions before they get on that boat with you. Like, this, we're not doing this, the fairy tale right now. We need to ask questions, right? Do you want to have kids? Because at the beginning, you're like, I don't really care if you want to have kids. Let's go do this. Let's go have fun. It's like, no, please don't do that to yourself, because you're going to go into karmic dating situations that are not fun. Okay? He has a Leo moon. So he activates that 5th house. It behooves you to not turn this into a friends with benefits situation. You know what behooves means? Behooves. I can't force you. Nobody's forcing you. But it is to your utmost benefit to heed what is being said to you. So it behooves you to try and not go into the friends with benefit route with him, because he'll be down. He'll like that too. Like, you know, to be honest, I could see that in his chart too, where he's just like, hey, this is what I get out of it. So what I'm trying to say is, in many ways, like, you guys have a way of like I scratch my back, you scratch your back, and that's not a foundation. Okay, that's trying to get away with something that you both know. Oh, I hear you. You're saying it without saying it explicitly, but I get, okay. So that was me. That was half my chew. Because I was going to go 100% chew, but I only went halfway because, this is the other thing I want to say. Help yourself over the next 2 years come into healthy dating patterns and relationships. Because do you see this? That North Node is about to go into your 7th house of long-term relationships. Okay? That means that over the next 2.5, probably 3 years, you have support, cosmic, celestial, everything support to come into a nice relationship. Okay? So that means if this Gemini if it doesn't work out with him, you're able to say, Bye. See you later. Thanks. Because you know you have a 2.5, 3 year window of being able to come into a genuinely healthy and happy relationship. So you need to be fair with yourself, okay? To not force things with this guy if they're not working out, right? And know that you need to respond to this guy, to Saturn, when you go out to dates, because if you can work with him, he will give you a long-term relationship if that's what you want. It's available to you. So that was the chew that you dodged, because I was going to go into that South Node being in the 7th house and all this other stuff. But no, right now, you're walking into a period where you're supposed to be dating. You're supposed to be getting into relationships and learning how to work with people and trying new things and only expressing the higher expressions in relationships. Okay, so be your first and only advocate here. Like, be an advocate for yourself here and really have your own back and go into healthy dating patterns, because you can really come into a healthy relationship. And by the way, when that North Node leaves in 2.5 years, and when it goes into the 6th house, I'm not going to be saying the same story, girl. I'm going to be saying back to you. Back to you. Back to focusing on you, building yourself up. Da 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 da. Okay? So really capitalize on what's being given to you, what's available to you. That also means the other reason why I'm saying this too is, if you come into an actual healthy relationship, I want you to be mature enough to say, yeah, I deserve this, instead of, ew, like a guy never opens the door for me, like this is weird. No, be like, thank you, you should be opening the door. Don't ever stop doing this. You get me? You need to rise up to it. Rise up to that kind of energy, because you deserve that, right? So if it comes to you, he comes to you, I don't want you to turn him away like, oh, that's awkward, bro. Don't do. No, please. You're gonna make me faint. I'll faint if I see you do that. Okay, so that was my spiel, No, I literally went last week on one of our dates. Did you really, like, physically really faint? What's happening? You know what? If I could be a fly on the wall on one of your dates, I would. I would. I appreciate it. Can you imagine me observing her on one of her dates? I'll probably be like, a girl, Daniela, sit down. I don't even know. So, Brianna, I'm coming to you next. Brianna, I'm coming to you. Then I'm coming to Jessica, Nova, Marina, and Jaylene. Okay? Yes, I don't even know. Nova said, ooh. That's how I read it. Ooh. You're so welcome, Daniela. Always keep me updated. Five. Is this you, Brie? Yes. You were just missing an O. So, Brianna, what I need from you is, I see that you asked a couple of questions. So you basically asked for career, dating, love life, and direction. So I'll need you to kind of pick one and really, really let me know what you want to focus on. Career, life direction, or love life. Let me know what you want to focus on. I'm going to turn the screen around because I'm going to pull up her chart, so you guys are going to see again. my face, my very moisturized face. And let's pull up her chart. Now my music is gone for some reason. We can listen to that. Okay, so I'm gonna change the setting here for it to play not just pop songs. So we might just go into a, oh no, it took it off. We're gonna go into a dance electric. Damn, now I want to add love to my Lord. Girl, don't do it. Just kidding. Half the time people are just like curious about it when something else is really like, no, we need to talk about this. We need to talk about something else. Let's see. You just let me know, girl. You let me know. I think you know what it is? It's really worth it if you're already in a relationship. Okay, I feel like I'm rambling. Brianna, can you let me know your question? Life direction. Okay, perfect. Let's do life direction. So do I have you as February or March? Are you February or March? I know it's a problem. I know, everybody. Even myself, honestly. Even myself sometimes. My focus is not dating, and I'll talk to my astrologer and I'll be like, what's the deal? What's the deal? What's the deal? I'm like, what about love? And she's like, she's not nice to me though. You guys, I'm really nice to you guys. My own astrologer is not nice. She gets so annoyed by me. Doesn't let me ask certain questions. And I'm like, sis, yo, I know you're 90. You're like, she's really 90. But no, I'm really like a student. I'm like listening and all this. But like sometimes I have other kind of questions and she's like doesn't put up with my shit. And I'm like, but like why? You know? Like I'm just curious. And then like one of the first times I got a reading with her, I was like, I'm never going back to her. She could kiss my ass. Went running back to her. I literally went running back to her. Okay, so Brianna, I have you as an Aquarius sun, Virgo moon, and Capricorn rising. Is that right? I also love answering life direction. What did she say? Why I went to school with her. I had her tutor me. She became my mentor. She was all air. I don't have a lot of air in my chart. So she was Libra, Gemini. She had a mouth on her. And I was like, I'm sorry, lady. I don't know why you're saying so much extra. But like, this is all things I'm thinking in my head. I was not verbalizing this to her. I was taking notes like a good little girl. I was like, but then like, issues with my sister at the time, I would like, hey, like what? She was like, stop being petty. Like she wouldn't even tolerate that kind of stuff. And I was like, miss, can you explain this to me, ma'am? Please? Like, I'm not trying to be immature. She just would not entertain shit. And then when I would ask too much about, but she was good. She was what I needed. And she gave me that tough love to get over my own shit. Because I would not get over my own stuff. I was so stuck on it. And she was like, get over yourself. Literally, she was like, get the fuck over yourself. And I don't have time for your bullshit, basically. And yeah, that's when I was like, how the fuck do you have clients? I'll never come back to you. And I was kidding. I didn't tell her any of that. I was just like dumbfounded. But like a year passed and I understood what she was trying to tell me. And I got it. And so then I realized like she was not disrespectful at all. She wasn't. She was just not comforting to how I would like to hear information. She was just very blunt about it. And I was like, ma'am, can you throw a pillow at me first? Like, you're saying some stuff. And so she just, again, wouldn't cushion it for me. So I had to get over that. Like, not everybody's going to cushion you. Not everyone's going to, like, cradle you type of thing. That was issues in my chart, Chiron and Cancer. So I was like, ma'am, if you're not going to be my mom, just gonna then don't ever. So, but no, I calmed myself down. I grew up, I matured, and then I kept working with her, obviously. Like, I still run to her. She's retired now. She doesn't even do public readings. But, like, anytime I can. And even then, she'll be like, stop looking at me. And we're like, we had a reading already. And I'm like, I really need another one. Anyways. Okay. So, we're going to turn this around. And we're going to look at Brianna and see life path. What's going on with her. I also like life path because we're looking into every time people ask about life path, I ask them, are you wanting long-term or short-term direction? Because I can give you long-term direction and I can also give you short-term direction. So I can see if I can merge it here. Okay, so I first please confirm. Why is this me? It's you and I, girl, you and I. Brianna, I have you as an Aquarius sun, Virgo moon, and Capricorn rising. Is this right? Yes, awesome. Okay, so I'm gonna first talk about short-term journey, and then we're gonna go into long-term. And the reason I'm starting this way is because if I go long-term, you're gonna shut me down, and you're gonna be like, no, I'm just kidding. No, it's not gonna be as fun, okay? But we're gonna start with the smaller journey, okay? And that's kind of looking at where the North Node is now. Right now, we know that the North Node is in Taurus. And by the way, you guys, if you don't know, I have my Taurus North Node elixir that is available for you guys to buy. And before I was doing birth chart readings, I was an herbalist working with herbs in a holistic way. And so basically what I've done is merge both my loves and put them together. So the Taurus North Node elixir has all the herbs and essential oils that are connected to the Taurus star system. And that's for all of us to use for guidance towards financial abundance, stability, security. And so if you're really looking for something fun, I would definitely have you go check out my site for that. Let me see if I have one here. I do. I have one here. So this is what it looks like. You guys know essential oils are ridiculously pricey. I'm obsessed with them. This is what it looks like. And see if you can see it clearer. Anyway, this is fun. This is kind of a fun little token if you're into this kind of creative expression of astrology. That's available to you guys. But the reason I'm talking about it is because we're looking at the North Node here that's in Taurus, and it's been in your 4th house. So that means that for over a year and a half, you've had a lot of focus on your home life. So what that means is career and work has been changing for a long time. So in a couple of days here, the North Node is going to go over the IC, and then it's going to go into the 3rd house for you. So the direction comes into short-term learning. There's something that you need to go get more information about. So this could be learning a new skill, revisiting an old subject, getting a higher tier degree on something that you already know. So the universe is really supporting you in expressing your mind, moving through ideas and ideas and opinions and views and just information that you have in your mind. So it's kind of like one of the things that I would, let's see here. Where is it? Oh, I could find Gemini. One of the things that I would ask you is, how is work going? Because it looks like you wanted to leave, were thinking of leaving, possibly already left. Like whatever's happening there is probably why you need to go back to learn something again. Do you wanna update me there on what it is that you're doing for work? I just got a new job. It's my previous job, but I moved up the ladder. I just got okay, that's good. So it's kind of like if you're doing a new job, so say that the promotion is doing I was a student assistant at the library and just got hired for an Astro support. Oh, good. Oh, nice. Okay, so one of the things I suggest, and this is the thing, is that when you go into the third house, it's not required from you. Okay, so your job is not requiring you to get more skilled, but I think that it would be really nice to, just an example, okay, just an example, get certified in typing fast, or like learn how to type fast or whatever. Also get certified in sending official emails. I don't know, just little fun things that would make your administrative job more skilled, professional, and within integrity. This is one option, right? Another option is to completely spin off into something that you've been curious about, something that you've been wanting to learn about. So even if it's like, I've always been super curious to learn about roses, so I'm going to take a course on roses. I don't know, right? So it's delving, or indulging, I should say. Indulging in your curiosities is the short term. Hopefully, with the North Node leaving the fourth house, hopefully your house is comfy and in order. I say hopefully because it might have been that you were too distracted in what was going on with career and work that you didn't do it. So I would ask you, like, you know, are you comfortable in your home space? Are you, do you feel that it's cozy, that it is to your liking, that things are organized? Because that would, if you haven't, I would take the next month to do it. Because your next step is going to be dependent on how stable and efficient your home is. Does that make sense? So if you want to go to the next step, it's really important that you get a system in your home. If you've been having issues with laundry, create a system. I know it sounds like, why? Because it's your home. But there is such a thing as bringing integrity into your home life. This is where you live, right? So make it your kingdom in a way. Make it your sanctuary where you take honor in having your clothes. It's not about having them all laid out on the couch or on the chair. Even the dirty ones should have a designated dumper, I think. Because everything is a part of you. And that's your confidence and eventually what you end up building out in the world. So it's really important that you have taken the time to do this. You've had 2 years to do this already.
which is why I'm reminding you before you go to the next step. Make sure your house is in order. Make sure your house is efficient. Make sure your house is stable enough so you can fall into it. And I know that takes a lot of effort. I know that takes time. I know that takes delegating. You know, I wash dishes, you do da-da-da, but the system will help you stabilize yourself, okay? So once you do that, right, you have a couple weeks, a month, I don't know. Once you get that plan going, then you can really comfortably start looking into courses. Now, my favorite is Udemy. You could find a course for anything on there, like Skittles, like how can I make my own Skittles at home? There's a course for everything. I don't know how they do it, but you know, people upload their mastered work, their mastered techniques, and you could buy something for $5, $14 and make that your own little mini crash school, your crash university. So it's like, how can I organize files better? I don't know what an administrative support does, but look into all that stuff. Like, how can I do this XYZ in a more skilled way? And really what you're building is technique and skills, right? That's what sets everybody apart. Technique. You know? Does that make sense to you? This is exactly what I've been feeling. I've been trying to purge and reorganize. So really, really kneel into that. Let's go into long-term life direction is about coming into your color. Long-term direction is about going into the Leo North Node and becoming the sun. Starting to see yourself as a person who has a creative mind, a creative outlook, and has energy in it and is full of light, and you need to start sharing that with people. That's long-term direction, is coming into your confidence, coming into your sun, coming into the talents and the gifts that Aquarius has. That's a huge one. That's huge. What is it that you can do, right, as an Aquarian innovator, right? What is your gift in that? Now, I'm not even going to try to tell you, because I've had this conversation hundreds of times by this point with Aquarians who are not sure what to do. And even if I were to say the answer, it wouldn't be received because it cannot be that easy. They say, well, you have to come into this yourself. Okay. What does this look like for you? And this, and by the way, FYI, this would probably also mean you having to leave old groups that keep you not silenced, but shadow you. Okay. So maybe leaving some comforts in friends and communities that you kind of hide behind, because they've always just been around, and these are the friends I've had for 17 eons. Like, why would I get rid of them? You know? But you have to come into that new community, that new sense of self, that new place that you can go into so you can show more of your colors. I've struggled with that. You know, you have the South Node conjunct Aquarius, Mercury, Uranus. So and it's in the first house. So you've really identified, maybe over-identified with the people in your life, with the friends that you're cool with. You know, it's kind of like, it's not even a loyalty thing. It's more about like, I want to start showing more of my gifts and talents and exploring different versions of myself. And they all think that's lame, you know? Like, I want to go Zumba. And they're like, never, bitch. No, what? Like, we don't do that. And so you wouldn't even share. You wouldn't think about it because your friends wouldn't approve. That mentality, if it's there, has to go. Right? Like, and it's not even that you're going to go do Zumba and go announce it to all your friends. It's just go do it. Go do it. Go do something you like. And it's different and it's weird for them, but it's really creative for you. And you want to give yourself permission to do that. That's long-term journey, okay? So you have time to walk into that. You have a lot of experiences to go through to really define what that is for you. So really consider that, okay? Astrology is currently one of the things setting me apart. Aw, you know, astrology did that for me too. You know, it literally shunned me from my family, and I still did it. I knew my chart. I knew my chart. I did it, but it doesn't mean that I didn't complain. I complained all the way to Saturn. I was like, Saturn, what the fuck am I supposed to do? This is hard. You mean to tell me you want me to do this? Help me. Literally. That's when you guys get to throw tantrums. That's the only time I really say, hey, you can throw a tantrum. Like, whenever you're doing what you're supposed to be doing, ask for help for the planets. So, Brianna, I hope this was insightful and it gives you some direction for the next 2 years and then for the rest, or for the rest of your life, now you imagine. Jessica, I'm coming to you. Then after Jessica, I'm doing Nova, Marina, and Jalen. Jalen? Jessica, I'm sorry, Brianna, please let me know if you have any questions about what I just shared. And also, like I tell everybody, please add me on Instagram if you want to share any updates with me or just keep me on the loop of what's going on. I would love to be in touch with you. Jaylene, yes, you can. You're my last one too, so we could definitely do that if you want to. Because you're the last person on my list. I don't think I'm going to take anybody more. Definitely. Yay. Jessica, are you here? Jessica. I'll let you know when that comes in. Painslin. Jay. Yeah, I don't know when the next time I'm going to be on. Hi, Jessica. I'm so happy you're here. Thank you so much for waiting. So I'm going to start pulling up your birth chart now. I was just about to pay for a reading. Am I still able to? Yes. So if you manage to get a reading, I don't mind staying on. So yes, you can. I'll just add you onto the list for sure. I'm going to start pulling up your chart. What was your name? Mia. So I'll look out for your name, Mia, if you come on. I hope we don't have to wait that long for you to come on. I know. I'm trying to, I don't know. I've been trying to figure it out. And like my little girl, you know, she likes to sleep next to me, but I got my mom to sleep over today. And that's why, you know, by this time my little girl would have woken up. And so, you know, I told my mom, I said, Mom, you trying to come over? Solution. And she's like, I'll let you know. Okay. But I don't force it to, because, you know, I'm so busy running the business. And so when I can, I can. I feel you was the same way with my son, and I know. So like when you also work a lot too, like you start feeling bad, like, you know. God, not this Halloween music playing in the back. Can you hear it? Wow. Oh, I kind of like it now. What? Do you guys want to know the name of this song? Mia, I got you. Do you guys want to know the name of this song? I'm gonna take it off just for that name. I can't wait for Halloween. This song is called Sinister Cathedral. I'm sorry, what? I'm sorry, what? Just kidding. So I have you. January 2022. Okay. Thank you, Mia. Thank you. Let me turn this around. Now we went to an alien mode. Jessica. Jessica, I would love to see what you see in my chart, what stands out the most, and or career, please. Okay. Let's take a look. Okay, so can you confirm that you are an Aquarius sun, Virgo moon, and Sagittarius rising? Swagitarius rising. Yes, perfect. So I'm just taking in the chart while I listen to this beautiful guitar. Is this a guitar? Not me questioning instruments. Okay, so this is a really interesting chart. What I'm gonna do is I'm gonna go back to chart selections, and I'm going to add the aspects. You guys can't see that, but I'm gonna add the aspects to all the objects. Yes, another Capricorn star. I'm not surprised. I get a lot of Capricorns because of how amazing I am. I'm just kidding. Because of how we have to be. Okay, so here we have some can anybody guess? Jaylene, I got your second one. So can anyone guess why I went to do that? That would be a nice little teaching moment. Why I went to go at them? Because when you don't have this here to all objects, it only shows the aspects, the dynamics between her planets. So what do you guys see here? And I very rarely talk about the aspects because they're the aspects, but whatever. She has no squares here. There's no friction happening here. And that's actually something I would investigate heavily in a one-on-one reading. Because you mean to tell me this is all harmonious? You mean to tell me that's it? Well, no. So we need to look deeper into it, right? Because she only has a conversation of trines happening, but then there's no resistance. So what happens? Okay. When, believe it or not, we need the squares. Believe it or not, the squares. The squares are resistance to us, and we begin to grow from them. what happens when we don't have enough is that we could feel unmotivated and unchallenged. So we don't take action. We don't really push ourselves. We don't have too much self-awareness, because why would it? Everything's working smoothly. So this is why I put on all the aspects, so we can look into kind of what is more of the dialogue happening here between the midheaven, between the nodes, between Chiron, and that's where more of the conversation comes in with the nodes and Chiron, which is how I like it anyway. Bring in the South Node, bring in Chiron, and then we start seeing how she does come into more. She does come into resistance or unspoken challenges when it comes to her free will, when it comes to coming into more of her life purpose, because that's when you start seeing more dynamics come in with that South Node, which is good. That's good. We want to see where this chart is being revved up a little bit, because believe it or not, I have seen charts before where they don't have a lot of challenging aspects, and the person is more lost than the other person who has all these blockages or whatever, or squares. And that's because the person is, nothing is ruffling up the feathers. Yes, Jessica, you know what I'm talking about, right? So that's why I turned him on, because I think that she's looking for that resistance. She's looking for that, Girl, are you already rich or getting there? That's funny. She's really good at business. That's for sure. She's really good at business. What's the plan? She's focused. So, yes, your stellium does also come up to me. I think it's really interesting. Oh, my transits aren't on. Yeah. So I kind of want to just break down this whole stellium. I think that this would be helpful for you. Okay, so really considering that you have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. 6 planets or 6 energies in the second house. 5 of them are in Capricorn. You have a lot of energy that's pulling you into your natural destiny, right? The North Node is in Capricorn, so it wants to build boundaries. It wants to build structure. And you know what? Consciously, you are doing this, okay? So, if you were to minus this South Node in Cancer, or if I were to ask you, consciously, you would tell me, I have 17 businesses and I have 100 employees and I have all this stuff, right? Like all these accomplishments stacked on stacked consciously. Because when you wake up, like so much of your world is this Capricornian energy of building things. So you have all the bricks. You're not confused in that way consciously. But what is happening is that South Node in Cancer can be holding on to a few strings of resentment, just a few. And it only takes one emotion to bring your whole mood down, right? Do we all know this? Everything could be going amazing. And you can have one emotion just shit on everything. And emotional management is what I would go into, is really okay. I'm gonna give you an analogy, is your goal, okay, when it comes to emotions, when it comes to feelings, when it comes to how you resonate with things. You know you are doing really well in regards to your emotions and healing when you don't have anyone on a cross. Okay. Actually, I'm going to extend that out to anyone or anything, because Cancer will crucify cream cheese. You know, Cancer energy will hold that grudge for 17 centuries. And it doesn't matter what it is. Like tripped over a rock. It's going to be mad at that rock for forever and an eon. So you know that you're breaking the patterns of the South Node here when you are able to take people off of that cross. You know what I mean? Because whenever you tell yourself, I'm going to die on this hill type of thing, you're breathing life into that South Node. Does that make sense to you, Jessica? Does that make sense? Now, I think it would also take some digging for her to come into that energy, because again, so much of that Aquarius, no, I'm trying to make sense of it. Okay, that's fine. It's okay. That's fine. I kind of figured that too, because you have so much conscious energy that is in Capricorn. So one of my questions to you would be, how do you see that South Node in Cancer come up? How do you see that play into your life? Because how this can also manifest is through family and parents, moving into the idea of doing things for yourself, where it could have been on the plate for mom. So it's like, how is that relationship going? Are you holding on to anything that's happening there? Because that is another route that you would take it, that it would show through. So, you know, Cancer is very private, and Cancer energy tends to protect anything and everything. So I could understand if some of this is not accessible to you or open for discussion type of thing. But you kind of let me know where you are with that. And this is me talking about the South Node patterns and how it contrasts this whole stellium here, how it contrasts so much of this stellium. Me and my mom have complex relationships, but I love her. We don't see eye to eye. So, you know, one of the questions too of how I could go deeper into it is asking what mom's sign is. I do let my parents take care of me. Yeah. So, but can we touch on that? Can we touch on that? Take care of me, because I'm 30, still live with them. I feel with that take care of me, it's the idea of, do you feel like you got what you needed from them? I was married and now divorcing. That's interesting. This chart is very directed. It's very focused. It's doing one thing and one thing only. And I've been through a lot, actually. Pretty recently. So you did come out of this Saturn return, but that would have been kind of on its way out, because Saturn is at such a later degree. Section 28, pretty recent. So let's see here. The turning point would have taken place in November 2021. That's when the turning point happened for you, where things really started shifting and changing. And I mentioned that date because you can start to see how that Saturn return was communicating with you and shifting your world and shifting your life into authenticity. I just recovered from 2 broken bones. I had my accident. What kind of accident was it? Yes, 2021. So that's that's the time of your Saturn return, the time around your Saturn return, where it becomes a boiling point, okay? And it's the transition into for real adulthood, and you have to take responsibility over other things and more things that you didn't anticipate. Or you probably didn't want to. You just weren't ready for that. So what happens after that change is now you have this Saturn that's moving away from it. Moving away from it, and you're supposed to go back to the structure. I've been through a lot. Do you have someone that you can talk to about what you've gone through? Do you have someone to safely move through all those emotions? Because I think that would be very important for you to have someone like a box or a vault in a person. This could be a therapist, but the idea is having someone that could verbalize your emotions with you, because I feel that would be very releasing and helpful for you. No, I don't, unfortunately, because what I would want to see is this South Node in Cancer air itself out. It needs to be like hanging the laundry on the outside. I don't know what you're saying, but hanging the laundry out to dry. All of these emotions have to be moved through, and one of them is feeling like you grew up too early, feeling like you didn't have the childhood that you really needed or wanted, moving through those feelings of what your role was in the family. So this chart is so much rooted in family, in where you come from, your roots. Now, at the beginning of this reading, I started talking about having people crucified. So let me explain that a little bit. What I mean by that is mulling over a situation, someone or something that happened, that took place. And it's more about moving through it, giving yourself a system to move through those emotions that you circulate in your heart over and over and over. Because for this South Node to be the bucket of all of this, that has to be a lot of feelings. Let me go back to do this. So if you see it that way, for this South Node to carry all of this stellium like that, for it to be one aspect and it's pulling all of this, there's emotions and feelings that you need to move through, because that's it. That's the string you need to cut. is that feeling. Does this make sense to you? I think this is a chart where it would require a one-on-one, to be honest. This, how can I do that? No, I don't understand. So it goes into digging deeper. I'm just going to be very honest. It goes into a deeper conversation. It goes into more personal information. And I cannot do that here on the live. To kind of break into what that is, because we're looking at years worth of stuff that we'd have to move through, because otherwise the chart isn't doing anything else. Otherwise the chart is focused on building, establishing, and working very hard. That's consciously what you're doing. So you're not even looking at this over here. And otherwise the chart is very earthy, and it's focused on having a strong career, building a legacy, having an empire, and working towards that. So I'm not going to penetrate the subconscious on the live, is what I'm trying to say. And that's what I would need to do in a one-on-one session, is talk through all of that for it to make sense with what I'm trying to say. So one of the ways that I would just suggest on the live for you to work through the waters in your chart is to allow yourself to begin processing feelings. Okay? Allowing yourself to cry. Allowing yourself to rehabilitate your connection to water. So starting to drink water again and liking it. Being able to go to the beach and enjoying the ocean. Allowing yourself to take long baths and not feeling like you have to come out too quickly to go do other stuff. So allowing yourself to reconnect with water, because depending on where you are, there could be an aversion to water. Like I kind of don't like it. Or maybe you've come into a place where you do like it, and you are able to be there, and you are able to reconnect with her. And that's what I call healing the waters of the chart. So just to give you another perspective, this is the elements. Look at the elements of this chart. Okay, look at the elements. This chart barely has water, and that's what I tried to touch on. This is why you're not able to touch and point to what I'm saying. It's really low here with water, very high in earth. So if I were to go in and talk about all your plans and all the things you want to do in this world, we'll be here for 2 hours, right? You have a good amount of fire, you have a good amount of air, okay? But when I go into the water, this is wounded, and it's not clear and visible and apparent to you. So this is why the blockage comes in, even in this reading, trying to kind of go into it, right? But I still tried. I still did it to see, maybe you were able to, I don't know. But the idea to go into that, breaking all that is the one-on-one, I think. And I hardly even throw out the one-on-ones here. But I think if you start working through healing the waters in your chart, it would be very useful for you to begin rehabilitating your relationship there with water. Because what ends up becoming a healthy relationship with water is your intuition, is your psychic abilities. It's being able to trust your emotions, being able to trust yourself, and not be mad about it. Okay? Not be angry that you have to trust yourself and be your guiding post. So I hope that was helpful for you, Jessica. You're able to email me too if you want to kind of talk about this more, or go into it more and explain it. Otherwise, I'm gonna ask if you have any questions about what I did share. and how you are with that information. Nova, I'm gonna come to you next. I've been excited to do your reading just because of your name. Miss Nova. Miss Nova. No, I'm good. Thank you. Okay. So Jessica, I'm going to tell you what I tell everybody else too, is if you have any updates or you want to share any other information with me, please go over to my Instagram, send me a message, a DM, and we could chat there. Otherwise, thank you so much for getting a reading. So Nova, you didn't ask a question here. Can you put it into the chat? I'm gonna turn this around here. So I changed the YouTube music to ambient, and now I feel like we could barely hear it. Into a little pop. So after Nova, I have Marina, Jaylene, who's gonna ask 2 questions, and then Mia. Jaylene reserved a spot for 2 questions. Life purpose or career? I can't decide. Oh my gosh. I was supposed to be like, let's go with. Let me know. I'm going to pull up your chart, see what comes up. Okay, so I have you as a Leo sun, Sagittarius moon, and Cancer rising. Is that right? Yes. Okay, why don't we go, well, I don't know. Do you want to go into career? And career? Okay. I had a feeling. Okay, let me see here. So why don't you share with me what it is that you do now? What it is that you do for work? I know you are super young, but where are you? Where's your mind? Where's your headspace right now? Saturn in Gemini. No. Saturn in 29 Taurus. I currently work as a freight processor. Super cool. Well, I think that even you doing this job, just looking at the chart, I could see that you're doing it with genuine dedication and integrity, which is always important in the work that you do. And that's just kind of with kind of the threads that the chart is showing, the chart is holding. So when we look into career, it's kind of like, well, what are you going to do in the long run? What are we going to do to sustain ourselves, to create a future for ourselves? And by the way, you're very ahead of the game. You're very ahead of time with asking a question like this at 22 years old. I was not looking at my astrology when I was 22 years old. And I wish I did. I wish I did. So typically when someone goes through their Saturn return, when they're like 28 to 30, is when career really starts shaping up for them. Okay, so you're obviously very far away from that time. So what could you do for the now moment? So we do have some markers here of Saturn going into the 9th house, which is, Saturn going into the 9th house is going to be about breaking down belief systems, right? Breaking down the things that that are outdated, okay? So outdated is just things that are not currently aligned to where we are today in the world. That is going to be shed through the next 2 years. But what happens is once this Saturn goes over into your midheaven and into your 10th house, you're going to find yourself going through kind of like a little mini Saturn return. Saturn going into the 10th house is going to ask you about career. It's going to really nail down what you're doing for work and if you're advancing and what this looks like. So to shorten this up, I see that you are going to be making bigger decisions when it comes to your career in 2 years. So in 2 years, more of this is going to shape up for you. And having Pisces here in the midheaven is very intuitive also in nature. It's very intuitive. Pisces in the midheaven, and I'm looking at your Neptune here, right? Neptune, the ruler of Pisces in Aquarius. It does, like, this chart is showing innovation towards old traditional things. So it's one of the things I'm picking up is, like, say for example, tea. I'm just using a very generic example. Say for example, you're looking at everybody drink tea, and you know why people drink tea, because it's an herbal concoction. It's an herbal mixture that's good for the body. And then your chart is kind of wanting to spin it like, is there a way I can innovate this? Like, is there a way that I can use herbs or make tea in a different kind of way? Like, have we tried doing this? Have we tried doing that? So you have a very inventive chart when it comes to career and ultimately what it is that you will do in the long run. So the reason I say this is so you can start giving yourself permission to explore outside of the box, to give yourself permission to think in new ways, in new manners, and kind of see where that leads you. Because I feel that you could be writing that off right now as curiosity, when really it's kind of how you are going to approach your legacy or career over time is like I mentioned, I'm doing something that's different. Now, hear me out too. Pisces is not only about healing and herbs and stuff. It's also about fantasy. It's also about film, art, photography. So these are areas. And basically what it is, Pisces is all the ways that check us out of this reality. All the things that take us out into another world, right? So this can be a vetted interest in film and how to, like, filmography. I don't even know how you say that, but film, making videos, right? Music videos, making art, video art, exploring, oh, I just lost it. What was I going to say? Exploring movies too, and anything really that's fantasy related. And this can also be like fun stuff too, like oracle cards and what it goes kind of back into crystals and Reiki and energy work. But it really is any way that you could show your creative eye, your artistic nature. The other thing too is you do have a tendency to lean towards having a really nice singing voice and also keen to instruments, very artsy. So that's another thing that could be pinging into interest that you may have that you want to take a little more seriously. Okay? Because I see instruments here. I see a lot of instruments just wanting to be played. So let me check in with you. I've mentioned a few things, but have any of those ever stood out to you? Have any of those ever piqued your interest or your curiosity? And also, what has piqued your curiosity? Like, I'm genuinely curious to know what that is. So my connection is reading unstable. Can you guys let me know if you can see me, hear me? A while ago, I started my spiritual journey. I did play guitar for a bit. Stable for me. Okay, cool. I did play guitar for a bit. So, these are all different kind of interests that you get to explore right now. I do get in my way a lot. What do you mean when you say you get in your way? I can hear and see you. Yay, thank you so much. Getting in your way a lot. So when I hear you say I get in my way a lot, I'm looking at that Saturn that's in Taurus that would not want to see the change. Something I know I can do for some reason, lose interest, but I know it's something deeper than losing interest. Well, that depends, because it depends. You have Jupiter that's in Gemini that's very curious. So you may be in a phase where you're not wanting to learn about one thing all the way through, and you're just wanting to gather facts and information about all kinds of stuff. The reason I say is because you're in a very explorative time of what you get to do for career and work and life and legacy. And so the place that you're in right now is about you know how earlier in all the readings I was saying, gather your bricks. You have all these bricks, XYZ, right? You're barely figuring out what kind of bricks you like. Okay? Like, that's kind of like, do I want this color? Do I want this color? Do I want this size? What kind of bricks do I want? So allow yourself, give yourself permission to explore all different kind of options, right? See where it all takes you. I noticed that when I use this brick with this happens. That's good to know. Maybe I'll use it next time. I noticed that this brick costs this much, and this is how much it is for me as an investment to use this brick. So you're barely learning how to use all the moving parts. So your curiosity is actually very crucial and a key part of discovering what it is that you're going to do in your career. And I'm saying this because, again, because of the age and the mind and the place you are in life is in accordance to what you can handle, right? Because even if I did have the answer and I said, you know, you're going to be cooking on television, you're going to be like, bitch, are you okay? Like, when, how? Never. Like, you know, you wouldn't see it. You wouldn't see it. You wouldn't see it, you know? So you want to give yourself. I did really like art, but life got in the way, and a fight with my mom a while ago shook me so much. Okay. I put it down. It's always very frustrating when we get in fights with our parents. And I can understand you feeling so displaced by it, especially when our parents are a deep part of our foundation. It's kind of like the first reality checks of, whoa, like this, I really have to carry out the rest of my life, right? I'm responsible for myself. So I can fully understand, especially for this chart, how it would be so weird to come into a big disagreement with mom. The thing with our parents, though, is that it's usually never permanent. It's usually never permanent in our relationships, so they're ever evolving. And I'm gonna say, I just had deja vu the first time in a long time. Oh my gosh. I'm going to say that you're also in a transitional period where you're going from being your mom's child to being two adults and learning how to be each other's friends. So going from child to friend. When I just said what? I had deja vu for the first time when you said that. When I said what? So here's this. Oh my gosh, what? Stop. What's happening? Just kidding. I think I missed something. How? How did I miss something? So Nova, I don't know the part about fighting with parents. Oh, got it. Yes, because, you know, when we like, say when you turn 18, like your relationship with your parents starts to change. But more really when you're 21, I would say. When you're 21, it's like you're becoming an adult now, and you're a young adult. This is Placidus. This is the Placidus system. '21. Yeah, and so the reason why I mention it is because both people, parent and child, need to adjust to the new roles in all aspects. So parent needs to get used to the idea that their child is an adult, and child needs to get used to that they're an adult, kind of, not a child. And then the flips also. The child needs to understand that their parent is no longer a parent, they're now an advisor. So there's a lot of things that both people need to mull over to create a healthy adult relationship between a parent and a child. So that's kind of like a dynamic that you want to unwind. Is what mode are you guys in? Is parent still on child mode? And are you in adult parent mode? Because then you need it. It would be nice if you can start working into, my parent is my advisor now. I go to them for advice because they are the one human in this whole world that has my best interest at heart for the most part. In theory. Okay? So they become advisors to you. And so you ask them for what their best suggestions are. And the parent needs to have the wisdom to know that their child is not a baby anymore. And that they're now an adult. So they need to speak to you in that kind of manner. Or like, it's not about like speak to you with that respect. Like, that's not what I'm trying to say. I'm trying to say like, hey, like, you don't have to change their diapers anymore. They can walk on their own. Like, they can do things. They can call their insurance. They can do this. They can do that. They should be able to. So give them space to do it. Right? So it's adjusting to your new world that you just walked into. And having that feedback is going to help you, I think, to be able to handle and move through this relationship with your parents and what you're doing and where you're going. And when you can feel better about your relationship with your parents is when you'll be able to, again, take on the world. Take it on for what it is. Like, here, I'm not scared of this anymore. I'm going to give it my all. You know? So, Marina, I'm coming to you after. And then after Marina, I have Jaylene. And she reserved 2 questions. And then I have Mia. Okay? So, Nova, please let me know if you have any questions. Thank you. I'll definitely book a reading. Oh, absolutely. I would love to talk to you guys. I would love to like have a conversation, see your faces. That's my favorite. So Marina, I know I'm good. I'll save them for now. Awesome. Marina, I know you sent it in through Venmo, but I cannot see that. I have to like click out of the live. So if you can, Marina, can you send in your birth information and your question? What song is this? What are we doing? Yay! So after Marina, I have Jaylene and then Mia. Now, please drop in your question for me. Okay, so I have you as a Virgo sun, Libra moon, and Capricorn rising. Is that right? Aww. So this is love reading? Yes, that's right. So 35, single, no children, been in three long-term relationships. I made it very hard for them to love me. Okay. So let's talk about it. You're wanting to learn more about relationships, right? Do you want to tell me the signs of the people you were with? The 3 relationships? Do you want to tell me their zodiac signs? Two Taurus and 1 Cancer. Okay. Taurus and Cancer. Okay. So you want to consider the South Node. And I think it's actually very appropriate we're talking about this right now because you have Mercury over your South Node. And I think it's also appropriate that you're like single, okay? Because we have this guy. This Mercury is about to go retrograde in 1-2 days. He's about to go retrograde. The thing is, when Mercury goes retrograde in Libra, like everybody is in the hot seat. You got to learn to get along is what this is about. You got to learn how to get along. And for the people who haven't said anything and have been super passive, you're going to have to speak up. And for the people that have been speaking up, or maybe I should say, for the people that have been demanding all this stuff, they're going to have to settle down and learn how to compromise. That's what the basis of Mercury retrograde in Libra is. So it's very appropriate for you to want to be unrattling or unballing this idea of what you've done with relationships, right? Libra's relationships. You have the South Node, okay, past lives, karmic energy, what you're breaking in this lifetime. You have the South Node in Libra. You also have the Moon in Libra. So you have conscious energy that's in Libra that says, hey, what's the big deal? I want to connect with people. It's like, no big deal, just skipping along, hopping along. The South Node is saying, well, every person that you commit to, there's probably karmic ties with, and you want to learn how to overcome them and grow them and come into yourself. Because what's happening is, again, you have that North Node in Aries that is saying, come into your sense of self. So what happens, whether you're single or not, is that if you are in a relationship, that partner is going to ask you those questions of individuality. Hey, what do you want to eat for dinner? Right? Hey, what should we do with ABC? Bye, Nova. Thank you so much for saying bye. Have a good night or have a good day, however it goes with you. Doug. The idea here is of these relationships asking you to come into your sense of self, to come into more of opinions and sharing more output, right? So kind of counting yourself in instead of waiting to be counted. So the reason I share this is because all of this is under review right now. All of this is under review. And why you are also probably asking this question, because you're trying to understand all of it. Now, Taurus is a sign close to Venus, close to Libra, because they both have Venus in common. So, and Cancer also rules your 7th house. So I'm kind of seeing some threads here of unhealthy kind of codependent relationships that are here, like in your history. So there's obviously more that we could go into when it comes to that, but the idea here is you're always going to be pulled towards that North Node in Aries that's wanting you to develop the sense of self. So what happens is now you're wondering about love, and you're wondering, well, am I going, like, what's going to happen, right? Like, what's going to happen? Am I going to come into a relationship? Like, so how did this end after all, right? So what's the result here? So one of the things I want to say is, in real time, you do have Jupiter that went over your North Node, which would have prompted you to have a healthy motivation to come into your sense of self too, to like invest in yourself, want to spend time with yourself. So you kind of started looking at this single journey as maybe not that bad, right? Maybe it's not all that bad in the sense of there's something to learn in being single and doing the hero's walk. I feel like I'm currently doing just that. And you know what? That's exactly where you're supposed to be. That's exactly where you're supposed to be. Whenever you have anything in Aries, especially the North Node in Aries, at some point in your life, you have to do the hero's walk. Okay? Do you know what that is? Aries is the warrior. Aries is the hero. Aries is the tough person, the tough guy, the courage. So whenever you have energy in the North Node, especially in Aries, at some point in your life, you have to do the hero's walk of leaving what you know to walk a path by yourself and finding yourself through that walk, through that path, so you can come back and return the hero. So in many ways, this can be your hero's walk, where you finally get to do it. At this age, at 35, you do your hero's walk and you say, this is how I found myself. As I walked, I found a blue flower. I didn't know blue flowers existed. And then I asked myself, da-da-da-da-da, and this is how I came into da-da-da-da. Right? This is the story that you pick up as you do your hero's walk. It ends up becoming your testimony. So you say the issue is I'm scared and I won't let anyone love me because you're not doing that for yourself right now. Truthfully, you're not showing yourself grace. You're not giving yourself a break. You're over criticizing yourself. You're putting so many responsibilities on you, except the ones that you actually need, right? So much responsibilities, like there's a pet and you have that pet on schedule and you're completely disregarding you. And you're telling everybody around you, I can't go to dinner because I have to take out my dog. You know, my dog has a whole ass routine, but I don't. I'm ignoring myself. You have to start putting yourself first and start adoring yourself and adoring all the things that are different, quirky, and messy. Not perfect. You have to do that for yourself before you can take it from anybody else. Because what happens is someone's going to show you that affection and you're going to be like, ew, what the fuck? You like this? I hate this about myself and you like it? Go fuck yourself. Like, what? You're not going to be able to take that love. And you're going to push them back. That's the pattern you're breaking. Because you have to show yourself that grace too. And I think that this is universal. Honestly, I think that this is universal in every single relationship. This is universal. You have to love and honor yourself for any other person to do it. Oh my God, girl, this is just hitting home. Even the dog thing, my dogs are my excuse for it. I know it is. And I'm shaking my head. You would see me. don't do it. Why? You know, we everybody loves dogs. We all love them, you know, but you still need to have your life too, and not hide behind them. I'm sorry to say it. Sorry to say it. But our pets are not here for us to hide behind them. Right? I say it because nobody else is going to probably say that. Now, there's nothing wrong with giving our pets, adoring them, right? There's absolutely nothing wrong with that. I mean, you don't get to ignore yourself, right? Your dog doesn't get to be Princess Fufuru, with 18 castles, and you're lost somewhere. That's just not fair. That's not balanced. So really be honest with yourself and how you're treating yourself, so you can attract that and receive that from other people. Okay? That's step 1. Please do not ask me how to get into a relationship. No, just kidding. I'm gonna come after you, girl, if you say, how do I get into a relationship? Because the pattern is just gonna repeat itself. You know that. I'm here to break patterns. I'm gonna try to hop off, guys, in the next 15 minutes. So Jaylene, I'm coming to you next, and then Mia, I have you, okay? So these are the last 2 readings I'm doing. And Jaylene, come in. I'm gonna do you. Please start dropping in your birth information, because I don't think I have it. So let me finish out here with Marina. So what you're saying, it's gonna be a while. What I'm saying is, I want you to have a better quality. It's not even the time. You could find someone in 2 seconds. You can find someone as soon as we get off the live. It's not about finding someone. It's about the quality of the relationship that you get into. And that quality is entirely dependent on your healing, on your journey, on your growth. Okay, so the question is, do you want the next one to be healthy? Or do you want the next one to be the same pattern? Because there's people will always find themselves. People will always find themselves, okay? Never such thing as someone being lonely. This is amazing. Thank you so much, Allie. Life purpose, short-term, long-term, and love. Okay. Okay. So May 15, 1995. 3:41 a.m. And Lloyd Minister. Okay. So I have you as Gemini Sun, Taurus Moon. Oh, it's May 27. Yeah, I think I have that. So I have here May 27. May 27, 1995. Wrong day. Oh, I see. How did that happen? Okay. I got it. Oh no. Okay, does that look right? May 15, 1995. 3:41 a.m. Lloydminster, Canada. So that would make you Taurus Sun, Sagittarius Moon, and Pisces Rising. Is that right? Oh my I'm so glad you got this reading. I'm so glad you got this reading. So, here's what's interesting. This is correct. Okay. So let's talk about your short-term, long-term journey. Hi, Empress. Let's talk about your long-term, short-term, because guess what? They are merged right now. Okay. This is really fun because it's a really significant time in our lives too. You are about to have a nodal opposition. Okay, a nodal opposition. So you see it here and you see it here. This only happens, this exact oppositions happens every 19, 20 years. Okay, and they're big changes. Okay, this is your North Node in Scorpio, my makeup brush. Your North Node in Scorpio is meeting the South Node in Scorpio, which is past meets present. I've been in the gym. I don't have any job. What do you mean you've been in the gym? What does that mean? Oh, that's what I've been up to lately. Got it. No, I don't know if that's relevant. Oh, got it. No, I understand. Okay, so no, this is more about I'll consider that in a little bit. This right here is about your past meeting the present. Okay, so this moment, a nodal opposition, is a time where, I describe it. This is the way I describe it. You're walking down the street or walking in your house, and let's use your house first. All of a sudden, the room flips upside down, and you're in your house. And like, how did this happen? What did this happen? And what it feels like to you is like you're going backwards. And I think that it's better to look at it here from the North Node. What this is saying is that you begin to feel like you're taking steps back in life, because up until now you've been told that the Taurian natures of you have been bad. So the way that you are so stable, the way that you don't really move so easily, the way that you are able to focus on yourself, the way that you're able to generate somewhat stability for yourself, like you're kind of self-assured in some kind of way. So these are things that would have been coming at you, like of you breathing out your shadow side, the shadow side of Taurus South Node. But what happens is the North Node is here in real time, so you actually have a free pass. You actually have a free pass right now to go back into this energy and claim the gifts of Taurus, claim the gifts that you came in with. So what this is allowing yourself to explore the gifts and talents that you naturally have. What I mean by this is that the whole world right now is trying to gain financial stability. The whole world right now is trying to gain security, okay? The whole world is trying to gain the Taurian values that you already know, that you already have a master's degree on. So I'm going to give you this date, by the way, too. I'm going to give you this date. I'm going to give you this date of when this is going to be exact. Let me do that right now. Okay, so you're looking into February 2023. You're looking into early February 2023 when this nodal opposition is going to become exact. And that's when you can expect to see change in your life. It's going to be change. And you want to, my biggest suggestion is to hold on. My biggest suggestion is to put on your seatbelt and go with the ride, because you can't stop it. You can't get in the way of it. You need to just take the ride for what it is, okay? So allowing yourself to prepare for this moment of things changing, things turning upside down, of new direction coming in all of a sudden, and you weren't prepared for it. By the way, you're already going to know what this is by October. I'm sorry, by late October, early November. This is when the eclipses are going to take place, okay? It is exciting. It's a really exciting time where you really get to throw caution to the wind. It's kind of like there's, I'm going with the flow. I'm going with the hurricane. And really what it is that you get to meet yourself again. You get to meet your past, and you get to kind of really connect with your comfort zone, your old gifts. That's what really the South Node is. Now, this happens for a little bit, and then we go back, we move on, and we continue living out the rest of the chart. So it's a little bit of a temporary moment, but it's still significant. So this is what you want to consider: short term and long term. That's short term that I just covered, right? So you're having a kind of weird mixed version of it. But the long term is, once this is over, the long term is you go back to being that Scorpio North Node. That's long term purpose is going into the waters. Long term is you exploring the shadows of the world. Long term is letting yourself come out of the dry earth and going into your own internal emotions. Scorpio is very personal, very, very personal. So it's hard for me to say, you're going to discover pencils. I don't know. Everybody's Scorpio is different. It's a secret, right? It's a vault. But what I can say is that this part of you empowers you. It's your willpower. It's how you have magnetism. It's how you generate wealth. It's how you generate power, So this is what you're growing into, is this part of you that is so strong within itself and penetrates, right? Scorpio, we feel that shit, right? We all feel when a Scorpio's looking at us. We all know and feel when Scorpio is around, and that's what you're coming into. Is like, yes, bitch, I just arrived. Thank you for noticing me. Thank you for seeing me. Exactly. As planned. Check mark. That's what you want to do for yourself in the long term. Okay. You want to consider this kind of like in a year. When the South Node leaves Scorpio, that's when you're able to kind of go more into the scorpionic energy. But now let's go into love, relationships. Are you single or in a relationship? So Jaylene reserved 2 questions, which is why we're going into a second one for her. And so now we're looking at love, completely shifting gears into love and relationships. So let me ask you, are you single or in a relationship? I'm single, okay. And how long has it been since your last relationship? 1 year. Okay. So, give or take. I'm not gonna lie, Jaylene. Relationship right now would be very hard to manage. Okay. Even if you were to come into a stable connection at this moment, once that nodal opposition hits, nothing is guaranteed. So people always meet people, you know, people are always dating. So this is not to say like, well, I have to yawn. This is not to say that, you're not going to meet someone. It's to say it's going to be a lot of instability. And so do you want to go through that? Do you want to go through a really roller coastery kind of connection for yourself? At the moment, I do see, oh, and by the way, hold on. Oh my gosh, Jaylene, I don't think you're going to like this. Okay. South node. It just entered the 7th house of relationship. Just barely. Do you see how enormous your 7th house is? It's very big. So you're looking at 1 year, 2 years, and a few months. So 3 and like 4 months of you having to work on yourself. 3 years and like 4 months of you working on yourself. No, I definitely feel like a relationship would have worked right now. Now, 3 years is a really long time. Okay. So I'm sorry, Jaylene. I try to stretch it out, but I think like maybe 3 years. Maybe you could get away with here, starting to date here when the South Node is here. But when the South Node is in Libra, everybody's going to be shitting their pants, girl. Everybody's in a relationship. Ooh, that's going to be a horrible time. Actually, I don't know. Okay, let me not. The idea, just focusing on myself, and this is the best thing you could do for yourself, okay? Because what happens after 3 years that Jaylene works on herself, bombshell comes out. And I'm not talking about like Baywatch kind of hot diggity person. I mean that a really grown, healed, mature, ready, energized, excited woman comes out and is able to come into a relationship and try and give it your all and have a fair shot at it. Okay. So give yourself that. Now I know 3 years is a long time, so you just never know what happens there, but know that if you do choose to come into a relationship, that relationship, is going to be a little more karmic in nature. It's going to have more lessons for you. It's going to be like, see, this is why you need to work on yourself. It's going to be like, see, this is why you need to do XYZ. You know, see, this is why you need to figure out what kind of shorts you like to wear. This is going to be the kind of energy. So, you know, up to your discretion. There's going to be times, periods, I'm sure, months where you're like, well, whatever, F it. I'm just going to do it. But oh, I am going to give you this, okay? I'm going to give you this. Hold on. So hold on. So I'm allowed sneaky links? Yes. I'm about to tell you a sneaky link right now, girl. I'm just kidding. So when the North Node goes over your Venus, that's a really, really nice time. So Miss Thang, write this date down. Write this date down right now. July 29 to August 4, you're going to have the North Node go over your Venus. This is really, really, really good and really nice for love. You see that North Node? You see that baby right there? She's going to come here and go up to your Venus. And that is really nice for destined connections. Now, here's I can't predict, right? I can't predict. So this is what I'll say. I can't predict who this is going to be, but I can say it's going to be very destined for you. I also can't say if it, by the way, I also can't say if it's a romantic relationship. It's just a person who comes into your life who is very much meant to be in your life is going to come in, and it's usually in a nice positive way because it is the North Node. So consider those dates for you meeting someone special and having someone really nice to teach you, because you know what, we can come into nice lessons, right? We can come into someone gently teaching us a lesson. You know, that's possible. So we can, you know, if that comes up, you want to give that to yourself, okay? You have a free pass. Potential sneaky link. No, not even sneaky link. If this is really nice destined connection, you know, he can have some tokens for you, like some tokens of information, some valuable things you need to hear that you needed for your journey, okay? You know, lots of fun stuff to consider. Mia, are you here? Mia, you are my last one. You're my last duck. Just kidding. You're my last little ducky. Yeah, true. I'm so glad I got this reading. I'm actually really glad you got it too, because you needed it. Damn, okay. Jaylyn, keep me updated. You know, add me on Instagram. Keep me updated. Let me know what's going on. Mia, also my birth. Yeah, can you please give me your birth info and your question? March 7, 2002, 3:07 a.m. And what is... Oh my gosh, I think I'm missing something here. Shepperton. Are you in Australia? Victoria, Australia? I think so. Guys, you know, I'm gonna do a little mini confessional to all 24 of you. Oh, 23, someone just left. Yeah, me and geography, we're not cool. It's a total mindfuck for me with having the cosmos and then trying to get anyways. My question is just anything that stands out, but mainly career, if that's okay. Absolutely, that's okay. So, Mia, you're coming in as a Pisces sun, Sagittarius moon, and Capricorn rising. Is that right? Okay, so let's talk about career. So one of the things you always want to consider is your Capricorn rising, okay? To be honest, at 20 years old, I was not asking myself or anything what I was going to do with my career. I was not asking those questions at 20, okay, to be honest. But when you have someone who's a Capricorn rising, there's a really strong knowing in that the way you present yourself, the way that you show up in the world is really closely tied to your legacy. So you know that you have a feeling that you need to do something big or have something established. So you know that much, okay? And that's kind of the part that you want to honor right now in real time, is this part of you that knows that it's meant to do something. It's meant to build something, okay? Because that is so much of how you show up in the world and what gives you confidence and integrity also. The landscape of your chart is one where you show discipline, dedication, and integrity towards anything that you do. So for example, you have like your very first job. I'm not saying this is you, but like if someone who has their very first job and they're washing dishes and it's the person, right? So they're going to wash that dish with all the integrity in the world. No matter what they're doing. And they're going to take that skill and they're going to take it to the next job and the next job and the next job. And so you go from washing dishes to having, I don't know, an empire of XYZ. And there's going to be one common thread. And for your chart, it looks like I took it seriously the whole time. That was my thread of integrity, of dedication, is I took it seriously the whole time. So I say that because I want you to hone into that feeling and hone into that part of you that is wanting to show that to the world, because that is the same skill that you need to come into your career, right? That's the same thing you need to come into an established legacy. Does that make sense to you, Mia? And this is me really talking to your Capricorn rising. Okay, it's me really talking to that Capricorn rising. Yep. Oh no, you had already said that. Does that make sense to you, Mia? Yes. Okay, good. I'm so glad. And this is me meeting you where you are. Now, by the way, Mars right now is over Saturn, and Mars is going to be in Gemini for the rest of the year. So the rest of this year looks really, really, really good for you to get a good job. So I don't know what your plans are. Like, this would require like a whole one-on-one, but if you were thinking of getting a job, I think that you can get a pretty decent one right now, to be honest. You're able to get, like, what I'm trying to say is, like, you can skip, like, Blizzard ice cream and go into maybe a secretary at an insurance or something. Or you have that space open for you. And I think that you would actually enjoy that more. So know that if you do have an interest to get a job right now, it's open for you. Mars over Saturn is nice for business, especially when you have your North Node here. And this interest would be in, it could be, yes. Oh my God. Okay. Yes. So this is going to serve you to gain some stability and some ground. Don't be shy in applying for jobs that you think are above you. Now, I'm not saying to lie. Girl, that's not what I'm saying at all. I'm saying really rise up to maybe having a whole ass secretary job, you know? Like maybe you started off thinking you were just going to do, I don't know, pizza or whatever. You're like, no, maybe I do want a little more responsibility. I am able to do that. So allow yourself to come into that. Allow yourself to come into that curiosity so you can do those bigger roles. Because I think you can handle it. There's no doubt in my mind that you can handle it. You know? Now, in the long term, you also want to consider, I guess, what does the path look like for you for a long-term job? You know, is that going to be school? Is it going to be university? Is it going to be entrepreneurship journey? Is it going to be, like, what does that look like? And I don't even think you're there asking those questions, to be honest, because it's so far away from you. It's so far away from you. You have Saturn trining your... Okay, I'm going to say that again. You can really find a job right now that would take you they would take you with them. So what I mean by that is you can grow with the company and that they will extend support for you, like in your long-term goals. I just really see you landing a really good job right now. So open your mind to that, I think. Because I was trying to push you into... Girl, I was about to send you to college. I was about to send you to school. But really, like, I don't know. Everybody has their journey of how they get there. Yeah. I was about to be like, girl, stop for college. Okay, this is the last thing I'm going to leave you with, Mia, is that in this lifetime, you will really come into success when you begin to see the details in things, okay? You know how one of my favorite words is behooves? It behooves you to begin looking into the details of your life and the details around you. And you'll know you're coming into mega growth when you don't get annoyed by people's opinions. And you can really honor them for their mind. Like, what? You think frogs are delicious? That's interesting. Okay. Versus, what the fuck? Don't ever come across me again. Don't send me a message. Block my ass. I don't ever want to talk to you. You're dumbass for thinking frogs are good. Because that's what the South Node in Sagittarius is going to do. Like, what? Your beliefs are different? Absolutely not. You can walk the fuck out. You know, that's what it does. But the North Node in Gemini is really explorative. Like, what? You eat flowers? It's interesting. What's in them? You know? It's really different. It's taking in people's different lifestyles and opinions and ideas and not like... not killing them over it, you know? Is being like, you know what I do with I put flowers on my hair. That's kind of the most that I do with them, but you know, you eat them, that's cool, you know? All right. Different ways to use them. I learned something today. Okay? So really watch yourself when you start getting annoyed. Yeah. Like I see other people's perspectives on things and understand it, you know. Okay, that's good. Well, that's really good. I mean, maybe you've already moved through that, but you know, that South Node conjuncts the moon is really principled. It's really stuck on what it knows. So Mia, I hope this was insightful. I have to run off. It's like 4:20 a.m. But please keep in touch with me in regards to any updates and how career and life is going. I'm going to give you a chance to ask a question if you have a question about anything I shared. But otherwise, I really hope it was insightful. Thank you so much. You're amazing. Thank you, Mia. Thank you so much. You came just in time before it was all shut down. Okay, guys, there's 19 of you guys left. And after every live, this is what I always say. There's nothing more valuable than time. Okay, there's nothing more valuable that you can give someone than time. And that is what you guys have given me today. So thank you so much for everybody who watched the live, who participated, who got a reading, who shared their insight, who talked in the comments, who gave birthday shout outs, who shared, who liked. And a super, super big shout out to Shantae for moderating and just being amazing, staying on for the whole time. Like, I was not expecting you to be on for the whole time, but thank you so much. It means the world to me. So thank you all so, so much for spending time with me. And hopefully I could be back on again soon. I'm going to try. And we can have more time, more moments together. So you guys all have a good night. Rest well. Sleep well. Shantae, thank you so, so much. I really appreciate your support. And it means the world. Okay, guys? Girl, I had time today. Of course, I'm gonna stay. I know, I'm so thankful. Like, that's honestly amazing. It's a gift. You guys, I love you all so, so, so much. Thank you for everything. And stay in touch with me, okay? Talk to me in the comments. I want to hear about you guys. And have a beautiful and good night, okay? Bye.